Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if the Addams family adopted Harry Potter and raised the darkest wizard the world had ever seen? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. The boy the Addams family chose. Chapter 1. The night Harry Potter became an Addams began with nothing more than a whisper. It was a whisper that carried across the English countryside, threading through the hedgerows and over the sleeping villages, curling around church spires and slipping through cemetery gates. It was not a human whisper, not quite, but something older, something that had been waiting in the spaces between breaths for a very long time. The whisper spoke of an anomaly, a disruption in the natural order, a child whose very existence had torn a hole in the fabric of magic itself. And the whisper reached the ears of those who listened. In a mansion that defied both architectural logic and the laws of physics, Morticia Addams paused mid-sentence, her dark eyes drifting toward the window. The candlelight caught the sharp angles of her cheekbones, the sheen of her midnight hair, the subtle curve of her lips as they parted slightly. She had been discussing the proper method for cultivating night-blooming jasmine with her husband, Gomez, who had been responding with his characteristic enthusiasm, which was to say, he had been kissing her hand while reciting poetry in 4 different languages. But now, Morticia's attention had shifted. "Gomez," she said softly, and the single word carried enough weight to silence him immediately. He looked up, his dark eyes searching her face with the devotion that had only deepened over their years together. "My dearest. Something is happening." Gomez rose from his chair, his movements surprisingly graceful for a man of his exuberant nature. He crossed to her side in 3 quick strides, his hand finding the small of her back. "What do you sense?" Morticia closed her eyes, letting the whisper wash over her. It was like standing in a river of shadows, cool and ancient, carrying fragments of images she couldn't quite grasp. A cottage. A door. A child left in the darkness, crying out for something, someone, that would never come. A child, she murmured. A child of great power. And great loneliness. Before Gomez could respond, the whisper intensified. The candles in the room flickered, their flames bending toward the windows as if pulled by an invisible current. The portraits on the walls, all of them featuring ancestors with expressions ranging from mildly murderous to enthusiastically homicidal, stirred in their frames, their painted eyes rolling toward the same direction. "The East. The east wind carries sorrow," Morticia said, her voice dropping to something almost musical. "But it also carries opportunity." Gomez's face split into a grin that was equal parts charming and predatory. "Then we must not keep opportunity waiting, my love." "Indeed not." She turned toward the door, her gown trailing behind her like a pool of liquid shadow. Lurch. The floorboards groaned under the weight of approaching footsteps, and moments later, the mansion's towering butler emerged from the hallway. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, his skin the color of old parchment, his expression permanently fixed in something between a grimace and a scowl. His hands, large enough to crush stone, hung loosely at his sides. "You rang, madam." His voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. "Prepare the car," Morticia commanded. "We're taking a journey." Lurch inclined his head in a motion that could generously be described as a bow. "Where to, madam?" Morticia's smile widened, and for just a moment, the shadows in the room seemed to deepen around her. "I don't know yet. But I'll recognize it when we arrive." The Addams family automobile was a masterpiece of Gothic engineering, a custom-built hearse that had been modified so extensively over the years that it barely resembled its original form. The interior was upholstered in velvet the color of dried blood, and the engine ran on something that definitely wasn't petrol, though no one had ever quite managed to determine what it actually was. Gomez had once claimed it was powered by the tears of the damned, but he had been joking. Probably. Morticia sat in the passenger seat, her long fingers resting lightly on her knee. Gomez drove with the reckless enthusiasm that characterized all his endeavors, taking corners at speeds that would have sent lesser vehicles careening off the road. Behind them, the mansion's gates swung open without human intervention, their iron bars twisting into shapes that were vaguely unsettling. The landscape changed as they drove, the neat hedgerows and rolling hills giving way to something wilder, more untamed. The moon hung low and full overhead, casting silver light across fields that seemed to stretch on forever. Morticia watched the scenery through the window, her dark eyes tracking the movement of shadows across the ground. "Left here," she said suddenly. Gomez obeyed without question, swerving onto a narrow country lane that was barely visible in the darkness. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the moonlight. The car's headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating patches of moss and stone. "Lovely area," Gomez observed, his tone genuine. "Very foreboding. Reminds me of our honeymoon." "We did spend 3 weeks in that cursed forest," Morticia agreed. "I still remember how the trees wept when we left. They missed us terribly." They drove in companionable silence for another 20 minutes, following a path that seemed to exist only because Morticia willed it into being. The whisper had grown louder in her mind, no longer a faint suggestion but a clear summons. Something was waiting for them. Something that had been left behind. The lane ended abruptly at a small cottage, its walls covered in ivy and its windows dark. The yard was overgrown, the grass waist-high and tangled with weeds. A battered sign hung crookedly from the gate, the words, "Privet Drive," barely visible beneath years of neglect. Gomez killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. No birds sang. No insects chirped. The very air seemed to hold its breath. "We're not here for the cottage," Morticia said, her voice quiet. "We're here for what's inside." She stepped out of the car, her heels sinking slightly into the soft earth. Gomez followed, his hand finding hers as they approached the gate. It swung open at their touch, the hinges groaning in protest. The cottage's door was slightly ajar, the wood splintered around the lock as if someone had forced it open. Morticia pushed it wider and stepped inside, her eyes adjusting to the darkness. The interior was a wreck, furniture overturned, belongings scattered across the floor, the remnants of what had once been a home now reduced to chaos. And in the corner, half hidden beneath a collapsed bookshelf, was a basket. It was a simple thing, woven from wicker and lined with a blanket that had once been white but was now stained with dust and something darker. Inside the basket, swaddled in cloth that was far too thin for the autumn chill, was a baby. He couldn't have been more than a few months old. His skin was pale, his hair a messy shock of black, and on his forehead was a mark that Morticia recognized immediately, a scar shaped like a bolt of lightning, red and raw against his skin. The child's eyes were closed, his breathing so shallow that for a moment she feared he might already be gone. But then the baby stirred. His face scrunched up, and he let out a small cry, not the full-throated wail of a healthy infant, but something weaker, more desperate. He was cold. He was hungry. He had been alone for what might have been hours or days, left in the rubble of a home that had been destroyed. Morticia Addams, who had never particularly cared for children in general, felt something shift in her chest. "Gomez," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Look." Gomez moved to her side, his eyes falling on the infant. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly, his face transformed from curiosity into something else entirely, a fierce, protective intensity that Morticia had only seen on rare occasions. "There's magic here," he said. "Old magic. Powerful magic." "Yes." Morticia knelt beside the basket, reaching out with one slender hand to touch the baby's cheek. His skin was cold beneath her fingers, but when she touched him, he seemed to calm. His crying stopped, and his eyes fluttered open. They were green. A vivid, startling green that seemed almost to glow in the darkness. And when he looked at her, really looked at her, with the unsettling directness of an infant who understands far more than he should. Morticia felt the whisper intensify, becoming a roar in her mind. Asterisk, this one is yours. This one belongs to the darkness. Claim him, and he will become something the world has never seen. Asterisk. I think, Morticia said slowly, that we've been given a gift. Gomez knelt beside her, his hand covering hers. He's magnificent, he breathed. Look at those eyes. That scar. He's clearly been marked by something extraordinary. The dark mark is strong in him, Morticia agreed. I can feel it. There's a fragment of something ancient, that's been bound to his soul. And there's more. A prophecy, perhaps. Or a curse. The lines are blurred. Does it matter? Gomez asked, and there was no hesitation in his voice. Whatever he is, whatever he will become, he's ours now. I feel it in my bones, Querida. This child was meant to find us. Morticia smiled, and it was a smile that would have sent shivers down the spine of anyone who knew her well. I feel it too, my love. He's an Addams. He just doesn't know it yet. She lifted the baby from the basket, cradling him against her chest. He was lighter than she expected, fragile in a way that made her instinctively careful. But even as she held him, she could feel the power thrumming beneath his skin, a power that was wounded, yes, and dormant, but waiting. Always waiting. We'll need to make preparations, Morticia said, already thinking ahead. His wardrobe. His education. His training. And we'll need to decide how to handle the magical community. They'll come looking for him eventually. Let them come, Gomez said, his voice dropping to something almost dangerous. They'll find a family that won't give him up so easily. The baby, cradled in Morticia's arms, let out a small cooing sound. His tiny hand reached up, grasping at a strand of her hair, and she allowed him to hold it. There was something deeply satisfying about the gesture, as if the child was already claiming her as his own. We'll need a name, Morticia mused. Something appropriate for an Addams. Harry, Gomez suggested. It's a strong name. Simple. But with potential for greatness. Harry Addams. Morticia tested the words on her tongue, and nodded slowly. Yes. That works. She turned toward the door, her gown trailing behind her as she stepped over the debris. Gomez followed, his hand resting on the small of her back, and together they emerged into the moonlit night. The wind had picked up while they were inside, whipping through the trees and tugging at Morticia's hair. She looked up at the sky, where the stars seemed brighter than before, and felt the whisper settling into her bones. You have chosen wisely, it seemed to say. Asterisk, the child of prophecy will walk a different path now. A darker path. A stronger path, asterisk. The world will try to tear him away from us, Morticia said quietly. The magical world, the muggle world, everyone who thinks they know what's best for him. They'll come with their rules and their prophecies and their expectations. Gomez wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Let them try. We've faced worse than a few meddling wizards. Much worse, Morticia agreed. But we should be prepared. Lurch. The butler emerged from the shadows of the car, his expression as unreadable as ever. Madam. We're bringing home a new addition to the family. I'll need you to prepare the nursery. Lurch's eyes moved to the baby in Morticia's arms, and for just a moment, his stony expression softened almost imperceptibly. Very good, madam. The nursery in the east wing. The one with the crypt views, Morticia confirmed. He'll need to be close to the family. And I want Thing to begin familiarizing himself with the child as well. Thing will be delighted, Lurch intoned. As if summoned, a disembodied hand scuttled across the car's roof, its fingers tapping an excited rhythm against the metal. It had apparently been listening to the entire conversation and was eager to meet the newest family member. Morticia smiled, cradling Harry closer. You see, little one. You've already made friends. The baby gurgled in response, his green eyes fixed on the moving hand with fascination. Thing responded by wiggling its fingers in a playful wave, and Harry let out a sound that might have been a laugh. It was, Morticia reflected, a beautiful sound. Not beautiful in the way most people would understand the term, it was slightly off-key, more of a cackle than a proper laugh, but beautiful nonetheless. To the manor, she declared, settling into the car with Harry cradled against her chest. We have much to do. Gomez took the curves of the country roads with even less restraint than before, the car's engine roaring as he pushed it to its limits. In the back seat, Morticia held Harry close, watching as the scenery blurred past the windows. The baby had fallen asleep almost immediately, his small chest rising and falling with steady breaths. His face was peaceful, the furrow between his brows smoothed. Away. Think of all the things we can teach him, Gomez said, his voice filled with genuine excitement. The family traditions. The proper way to maintain a dungeon. The art of the duel. Poetry, Morticia added. Languages. The history of magic. He'll need to understand his heritage, both what he was born to and what he's becoming. Wednesday will adore him, Gomez continued. She's always wanted a younger sibling she could corrupt. And Pugsley will have a partner in all his experiments. Fester will be beside himself. He's been trying to adopt a child for decades. The authorities kept refusing. Because he kept trying to adopt children from the morgue, Gomez pointed out. That doesn't make his enthusiasm any less genuine. They fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the future. Morticia found herself already planning the child's education, not just in magic, but in the Addams family philosophy. He would learn that darkness was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. He would learn that power came from understanding, not from domination. And he would learn that family was everything. The Addams mansion loomed before them, its towers silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The building had been in the Addams family for generations, passed down through countless deaths and rebirths. It was a place of shadows and secrets, of hidden passages and forgotten rooms. And now, it would be home to a child who had been left behind by the world. Lurch was waiting at the door when they arrived, his massive frame blocking the entrance until he was sure it was safe to let them in. Behind him, Thing scuttled across the floor, its fingers twitching with barely contained excitement. The candles in the foyer had been lit, casting dancing shadows across the walls, and the ancestral portraits had all turned their eyes toward the door. Welcome home, Lurch intoned as they crossed the threshold. Morticia stepped into the foyer. Harry still cradled in her arms, and felt something shift in the air. The mansion was welcoming the child. She could sense it in the way the shadows seemed to reach for him, the way the temperature dropped slightly, the way the paintings seemed to lean forward in their frames. Morticia. Gomez. You've returned. Uncle Fester came shuffling down the stairs, his pale face split into a grin that revealed several missing teeth. His eyes immediately fell on the baby, and he let out a delighted shriek. A child. You brought home a child. Is he alive? Please tell me he's alive. He's very much alive, Fester, Morticia assured him. Excellent. I've been wanting to test my new experiments on a living subject. Fester rubbed his hands together gleefully. Can I hold him? I promise I won't drop him more than twice. Once, Morticia corrected firmly. You may drop him once. Fair enough. Fester reached for the baby, his bony fingers surprisingly gentle as he took Harry from Morticia's arms. Hello there, little one. I'm your Uncle Fester. I'll be teaching you all sorts of wonderful things, how to generate electricity, how to brew potions that make people's heads explode, how to escape from captivity using nothing but a paperclip and your own wits. Harry opened his eyes, staring up at Fester's face with an expression that might have been curiosity. Fester beamed down at him, and when the baby's hand reached up to grasp his nose, he let out a cackle of pure joy. He likes me. Did you see that? He likes me. Yes, Fester, we saw, Gomez said, patting his brother on the back. You've made a friend. I'll make him the finest electric chair this family has ever seen, Fester promised. Just as soon as he's old enough to sit up. A patter of footsteps on the stairs announced the arrival of the Addams children. Wednesday descended first, her dark braids swinging behind her, her face fixed in its usual expression of mild disdain. Behind her came Pugsley, slightly rounder and more enthusiastic than his sister, his eyes bright with interest. Mother, father, Wednesday said, her voice carrying a weight that was unusual for a child her age. You've returned. And you've brought something. Someone, darling, Morticia corrected gently. This is Harry. He's going to be your brother. Wednesday approached, her dark eyes fixed on the baby with an intensity that would have unsettled most adults. He has a scar on his forehead. A significant one. Was he injured in some kind of attack? An attack of extraordinary power, Morticia confirmed. He survived, but he was left alone. He needs a family, Wednesday. Our kind of family. Wednesday considered this for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I see. He's battle-scarred. That's acceptable. Can he play? Pugsley asked, bouncing on his toes. Can he play with me? Can we do experiments together? When he's older, Gomez assured him. For now, he needs rest and care. But soon enough, he'll be joining you in all your adventures. Pugsley let out a cheer, while Wednesday's lips quirked into something that might have been a smile, a very small smile, but a smile nonetheless. She reached out with one small hand and touched Harry's cheek, her touch surprisingly tender. I shall teach him the family ways, she announced. How to poison his enemies without being detected. How to stare at people until they flee in terror. How to embrace the darkness within. He'll be lucky to have such an excellent teacher, Morticia said, and she meant it. Fester reluctantly handed Harry back to Morticia, and together the family made their way to the nursery. It was a room that had been prepared for the occasion, with a crib that was vintage 1800s and a mobile that featured tiny, delicate skeletons dancing in a circle. The walls were painted in a deep burgundy, and the curtains were heavy black velvet that blocked out all light. This was my nursery, Gomez said, his voice soft. I always felt safe here. Loved. Protected. I want the same for him. Morticia laid Harry in the crib, tucking a blanket around him. The baby stirred slightly, then settled, his breathing evening out into the rhythm of deep sleep. He'll be happy here, she said. I can feel it. Yes, Gomez agreed, wrapping his arm around her. But we'll need to prepare for what's coming. That man, the one who stopped the attack, he'll be looking for this child. I know the type. He'll want to control Harry's destiny. Albus Dumbledore, Morticia said, and the name tasted familiar on her tongue, like bitter herbs. He's the one who left Harry on that doorstep. He decided that my son would be better off with muggles who didn't want him. How do you know that? I looked, when we were at the cottage. There were traces of magic, powerful, ancient magic that was woven around the house and the child. The signature was unmistakably that of a master wizard. Then he knows we've taken him? Not yet. But he will. And when he comes, I want to be ready. The days that followed were busy ones in the Addams mansion. The family threw themselves into the task of raising the newest member, treating it with all the enthusiasm and dedication they brought to their other endeavors. Fester, true to his word, began designing a line of toys that were wholly unsuitable for an infant but which he insisted would be instrumental in his development. These included a mobile that was electrified, a musical box that played a dirge, and a stuffed animal that had been taxidermied to resemble a three-headed dog. Morticia allowed the first two, drawing the line at the taxidermied animal. My child will not be subjected to poorly preserved creatures, she informed Fester firmly. If you wish to contribute to his education, you may provide something that won't teach him improper preservation techniques. It'll teach him about the proper ones. Fester insisted, but Morticia's expression brooked no argument, so he compromised by creating a beautifully preserved two-headed snake that he promised would be an excellent teaching tool. Wednesday had taken her role as eldest sister with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. She spent hours beside Harry's crib, reading him stories from the family archives, tales of bloodshed and betrayal, romance and revenge. She read him The History of Witchcraft and the Dark Arts, which she considered an excellent primer for a young mind. "He's listening," she informed her mother one evening. "I can tell by the way his eyes follow me." "He's an infant, darling," Morticia pointed out gently. "His eyes follow movement. His mind is absorbing everything," Wednesday insisted. "He's going to be remarkable. I can feel it." She was right, of course. Even at this early age, there was something different about Harry. He rarely cried, instead watching the world around him with those startling green eyes. He seemed to respond to the darkness, to thrive in the shadows. When the candles were lit in the evening and the room was filled with dancing shadows, Harry's face would relax into an expression of contentment. Pugsley had also taken to his new brother, in his own way. He had a tendency to use Harry as a prop in his various experiments, testing his toy potions on Harry's diaper, or checking if the baby could be used to conduct electricity. Morticia put a stop to that immediately, but allowed Pugsley to demonstrate his experiments within Harry's presence, reasoning that a solid education in the magical sciences would never hurt. "You'll need to know what's safe to eat and what isn't," Pugsley explained earnestly, holding up a mushroom that was covered in glowing spots. "My mushroom is safe if you only eat it once. Twice, and you'll never think about anything again. It's important to know these things." The most surprising addition to Harry's care came from Thing. The disembodied hand had taken a particular interest in the baby, spending hours hovering near his crib, making faces at him, and generally keeping him entertained. Harry seemed to find Thing absolutely fascinating, his eyes tracking the hand's movements with obvious delight. "Thing loves children," Gomez explained to Morticia one evening. "He's always been remarkably maternal. Remember how he was with Wednesday and Pugsley? He had to be pried away from Wednesday's crib," Morticia recalled with a smile. "He spent the first 6 months of her life basically attached to her clothing." The household had settled into a new rhythm, with Harry at its center. Meals were planned around his feeding schedule, conversations were interrupted for the inevitable diaper changes, and the entire family took turns watching over him during the night. It was chaotic and exhausting and absolutely perfect. And then Dumbledore came. He arrived on a Tuesday evening, when the sun was just beginning to set and the shadows in the mansion were at their longest. Morticia felt his approach before he knocked, a tickle of familiar magic, a presence that was seeking and powerful and somewhat intrusive. "He's here," she said, looking up from her book. "The headmaster." Gomez rose from his chair, his face shifting from relaxed to alert. "Is he alone?" "Yes. I believe he wanted to be subtle." "Subtlety is not his strong suit," Gomez observed. "He's known for making grand gestures. This is almost disappointing." The doorbell rang, and Lurch shuffled to answer it. A moment later, he returned with a tall, elderly wizard in tow, a man with silver-white hair cascading down his shoulders, a long beard that hung to his waist, and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He was dressed in robes of deep purple, which Morticia considered an unfortunate color choice but a perfect example of his personality. "Good evening," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and slightly melodic. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I believe you know why I'm here." "Indeed we do, Headmaster," Morticia said, rising gracefully. "Please. Won't you come in? We were just having tea. Our house elf is quite skilled at brewing a proper cup." Dumbledore's eyes, sharp and calculating behind his spectacles, swept the room. He was clearly looking for something, or someone. "I appreciate your hospitality," he said, "but I'm afraid this isn't a social call. I'm here about a child." A very special child who I believe may have found his way into your unique care. Morticia's smile never wavered, but her eyes grew cold. Ah. You must be referring to Harry. Yes, he's in our care now. He's sleeping peacefully in the nursery. Would you like to see him? I would very much like that, Dumbledore said, and there was a note of urgency in his voice that he couldn't quite hide. Gomez rose and offered his arm to the headmaster. Right this way, headmaster. We've prepared a most remarkable nursery for our new son. Dumbledore paused at the word son, his eyes widening behind his spectacles. I'm sorry, did you say son? Yes. Harry is our son now. We've adopted him formally, with all the necessary magical and legal documents. He's an Addams in every way that matters. Dumbledore's face paled slightly, his expression shifting from calm inquiry to something approaching alarm. I'm afraid I must insist that you reconsider. Harry is meant to be with his family. His Muggle relatives are the only ones who can provide him with the protection he needs. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon? Morticia asked, her voice dripping with contempt. The people who left him alone in a cottage that had been destroyed? The people who clearly had no intention of caring for him? How do you, Dumbledore began, then stopped himself. The protection I placed on the Dursley home is the only thing that can keep him safe. He is marked by a Dark Lord, N. He will be safe here, Morticia interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. The Addams family is quite capable of protecting its own. We have ancient wards that would make your protections look like child's play. And we have resources you cannot even imagine. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, but Morticia continued, pressing her advantage. Tell me, headmaster, how long did you leave him on that doorstep? A few hours. A full day. The night he arrived, he was cold and hungry and terrified. There was nothing in that basket to protect him, no food, no warm clothing, no sign that anyone cared at all. And you expect me to believe that the same people who abandoned him are the only ones who can keep him safe? I had to make arrangements, Dumbledore said, but his voice had lost some of its confidence. The wards had to be. The wards that you placed on a house where Harry was never intended to live. Morticia's voice was silk wrapped around steel. Where he would have been neglected at best, abused at worst. I've done my research, headmaster. The Dursleys have a reputation for not being kind. Dumbledore was silent, his blue eyes troubled. Morticia moved closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that was somehow more threatening than shouting. Harry is ours now. He's been accepted by the family, by the magic of the house, and by every force of darkness that watches over us. If you try to take him away, we will declare war on you and your school and everything you hold dear. Is that a threat? Dumbledore asked quietly. It's a promise. The headmaster looked at Morticia for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Gomez, who was watching the exchange with narrowed eyes. Surely you see reason, Dumbledore said to him. The boy needs to be with his family, in the magical world. He must be trained, educated, prepared for his destiny. His destiny is what we choose to make it, Gomez interrupted. You cannot see the future, headmaster, regardless of your reputation. What you call destiny is simply your own plan for Harry's life. And I'm afraid we have our own plans for him. Morticia, Gomez, Fester appeared in the doorway. A smudge of soot on his cheek and an excited gleam in his eyes. You should come see this. Harry's doing something interesting. They exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, then followed Fester to the nursery. The headmaster trailed behind, his face set in lines of worry. The nursery was exactly as they had left it, save for one detail. Harry was awake, sitting up in his crib, which was impossible, given that he was barely 3 months old. And around him, the shadows in the room were dancing. Not normal shadows, not the ones that moved with the flickering candlelight. These were deeper, darker, as if they had been given life of their own. They swirled around the crib, moving in patterns that were almost hypnotic. Harry's hands were outstretched, his fingers making grasping motions that seemed to guide the shadows' movements. "The shadows are responding to him," Wednesday said, her voice filled with awe. "He's controlling them." Morticia moved to the crib, her eyes fixed on the child. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes glowing with an inner light, and for just a moment, she saw something ancient and terrifying in his gaze. Then the shadows retreated, and Harry was just a baby again, gurgling happily and reaching for his mother. "He's going to be powerful," Dumbledore breathed, his voice barely audible. "The prophecy." "Prophecies are not the only source of truth," Morticia said sharply, cutting him off. "Harry will be whatever he chooses to be, not what you or anyone else decides for him." Dumbledore looked at her, his face troubled. "You don't understand what he is, what he represents." "On the contrary." Morticia's smile was sharp as a blade. "We understand perfectly. He is a child of darkness, born to greatness. He is an Addams, heart and soul. And no prophecy, no headmaster, no Dark Lord will ever change that." After Dumbledore left, disarmed of any argument he could make, and visibly shaken by the raw power he had witnessed, the Addams family gathered in the main hall to discuss the future. "He'll be back," Fester predicted. "That kind of meddler never gives up. He can return as many times as he likes," Gomez declared, his hand resting on his sword. "Each time, he'll find the same welcome. Or perhaps a less welcoming one, if he grows tiresome. The question is what happens next," Morticia said, her voice thoughtful. "Dumbledore knows Harry is here now. The magical community will be searching for him. It's only a matter of time before others come looking. Then we train him," Wednesday said simply. "We teach him everything we know. We make sure he can protect himself against anyone who might try to harm him." "A brilliant suggestion, my dear." Gomez beamed at his daughter. "Harry will have the best education the family can provide. And if he chooses to attend Hogwarts, he'll be more than prepared for anything they throw at him." "You're assuming he'll want to attend Hogwarts," Morticia observed. "Given what we've seen of Dumbledore, he might prefer to avoid the place entirely." "Perhaps," Gomez agreed. "But he'll still need to understand the magical world. Its rules, its politics, its dangers. And who better to teach him than us?" The meeting continued late into the night, but when it was over, Morticia retreated to her quarters to check on Harry. The baby was sleeping peacefully in his crib, his face relaxed, his breathing steady. He looked like any other infant, innocent and vulnerable. But Morticia knew better. She had felt the power that lurked beneath his skin, the shadows that danced at his command. She had glimpsed the future that awaited him, a future of darkness and light, of triumph and tragedy, of becoming something the world had never seen. "You'll be remarkable," she whispered to the sleeping child. "You'll be everything they never expected, everything they can't even imagine. And we'll be here, watching you become the greatest darkness this world has ever known." She reached down, adjusting the blanket that had slipped from his shoulders. Harry stirred in his sleep, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the shadows of the room, something flickered, a presence, an awareness, a force that was both ancient and waiting. Morticia smiled back, her dark eyes gleaming with pride. "He'll surpass them all," she murmured. "The greatest wizard of his age, the Lord of Magic, the child of endless night. They will tremble at his power and bow before his throne. And they will never know that it began here, in the darkness, with a family that wanted him not in spite of what he was, but because of it." The candles flickered, the shadows deepened, and somewhere in the distance, a prophecy that had shaped worlds began to unravel. Because Harry Potter was no longer the boy who lived. He was Harry Addams, the boy who chose the darkness. And everything was about to change. End of Chapter 1. #Growing up among monsters. #Chapter 2. The Addams mansion did not so much exist as it persisted, a defiant structure of stone and shadow that had weathered centuries of storms, sieges, and the occasional property dispute with neighboring magical families who objected to the screaming that occasionally emanated from the east wing. It stood on a hill that was not marked on any map, surrounded by a forest that had been known to eat unwary travelers, and protected by wards that had been woven by generations of Addams witches and wizards who believed that home security meant something considerably more aggressive than a simple locking charm. For Harry Addams, it was the only home he had ever known. And he loved every haunted corner of it. He was 7 years old now, and his childhood had been unlike anything the magical world could have imagined. While other children his age were learning their alphabet and basic arithmetic, Harry was learning how to identify poisonous mushrooms, how to properly maintain a collection of cursed artifacts, and how to navigate the mansion's network of secret passages without getting lost in the dimensional pockets that occasionally opened up in the wine cellar. Today, he was in the library with Uncle Fester, who was teaching him about the proper way to handle a blast-ended scrut. "Now, Harry," Fester said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of a man who had once tried to use a dragon as a house pet, "the key to handling a scrut is confidence. They can sense fear, you see. If you're afraid, they'll blast you into next Tuesday. But if you approach them with the proper attitude." He demonstrated by reaching into the cage and picking up the scrut, which immediately began sparking and hissing. Harry watched with wide-eyed fascination as Fester held the creature aloft, completely unbothered by its attempts to escape. "They're surprisingly cuddly once you get to know them," Fester continued. "Here, you try." Harry reached into the cage, his small fingers wrapping around the scrut's body. It was warm and bumpy, and he could feel the electricity building beneath its shell. But instead of blasting him, the creature seemed to calm, its hissing subsiding to a low purr. "Excellent." Fester beamed. "You have the touch, Harry. The darkness recognizes the darkness in you. You'll be a master of the dark creatures in no time." Harry set the scrut back in its cage, wiping his hands on his trousers. "Is it true that the scruts were originally bred in a laboratory in Albania?" he asked, his green eyes bright with curiosity. "I read that in the bestiary of forbidden creatures." "Indeed they were," Fester confirmed. "A mad wizard named, well, I forget his name, but he was very mad, decided that what the world needed was a creature that could explode on command. He was right, of course, but the Ministry of Magic disagreed. They confiscated his entire collection and banned him from ever breeding again." "Did he go to Azkaban?" "Worse. He became a politician." Harry laughed, a sound that was remarkably cheerful for a child who had just been handling a creature designed by a madman. Fester chuckled along with him, then clapped his nephew on the shoulder. "Now, I believe your mother wanted to see you. Something about your etiquette lessons." Harry's face fell slightly, though he tried to hide it. He loved his mother, of course, but her etiquette lessons were notoriously intense. She had been teaching him the proper way to conduct a dinner party since he was 3, and the lessons had only grown more complex as he got older. "Don't worry," Fester said, his grin splitting his pale face. "I've seen her lesson plans for today. It's just poison identification. Nothing too complicated." Relieved, Harry made his way through the mansion's winding corridors, past portraits that watched him with varying degrees of interest, and into the sitting room where Morticia was waiting. She was seated in her favorite armchair, a book open on her lap, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of ink. "Ah, my darling," she said, looking up as he entered. "You've been with Uncle Fester. I can smell the scrut on you." It was a blast-ended scrut, Harry confirmed, crossing to her side. "Uncle Fester said I have the touch. He's not wrong. You've always had an affinity for creatures that others find terrifying." She set her book aside and gestured for him to sit opposite her. "Today, we're going to focus on something equally important, the subtle art of poison. Not just the identification, but the application. The timing. The presentation." Harry settled into the chair, his legs swinging slightly. "Mother, why do I need to know all this?" I understand the practical applications, but I'm only 7. It seems like a lot to learn so young. Morticia's lips curved into a smile that was both proud and slightly dangerous. Because, my darling, you are not an ordinary child. You are an Addams. And Addams' children must be prepared for everything, including the possibility that they might need to defend themselves with things that others consider unsavory. You mean poison, Harry said, his voice matter-of-fact. I mean whatever it takes to survive. The world is not kind to those who are different, Harry. And you are different in ways that even I am only beginning to understand. She reached into a drawer beside her chair and withdrew a small velvet pouch. Opening it, she revealed a collection of vials, each filled with liquid of a different color and consistency. We'll start with the basics. Can you tell me what this is? She held up a vial of clear liquid that shimmered slightly in the candlelight. Harry leaned forward, studying it with the careful attention that his mother had taught him. Belladonna extract, he said after a moment. If ingested, it causes hallucinations, followed by paralysis, followed by death. The key is to use it in small doses, enough to cause disorientation, but not enough to kill. Excellent. And this one? She held up a second vial, this one containing a pale green liquid that seemed to glow faintly. Harry frowned, thinking hard. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that one before. Good. If you'd recognized it immediately, I would have been concerned. Morticia's smile widened. This is something of my own creation. I call it Shadow's Breath. It's made from the pollen of a flower that only blooms at the exact moment between midnight and dawn, mixed with the tears of a creature that has never felt joy. The effect is interesting. What does it do? Nothing. To most people. Morticia set the vial down, her expression becoming serious. But to someone with the right kind of magic, it becomes a conduit. A way to amplify power, to connect with the shadows that exist all around us. It's something I've been developing for you, Harry. Because I believe you can use it. Harry's eyes widened. For me? Mother, that's a gift. A small one, for now. When you're older, and your magic is stronger, we'll explore more significant applications. Harry reached out, his fingers brushing the vial. The moment he touched it, he felt something shift in the air around him, a subtle vibration, a whisper of power that seemed to respond to his presence. The shadows in the room deepened, stretching toward him like they were greeting an old friend. Amazing, Harry breathed. You are amazing, Morticia corrected. The shadows have always responded to you, Harry. It's part of who you are, part of what you were born to be. And now, we're going to learn how to harness that power properly. The lessons with Morticia were only one part of Harry's education. Throughout the mansion, there were teachers waiting to impart their knowledge, each one more unconventional than the last. Lurch, the family's longtime butler, had taken it upon himself to teach Harry about the proper maintenance of the mansion's more dangerous features. This included lessons on how to clean the moat without getting eaten by the creature that lived in it, how to polish the suits of armor that occasionally came to life and attacked visitors, and how to navigate the dungeon levels without triggering any of the more lethal traps. You must always remember, Master Harry, Lurch intoned, his voice a deep rumble, the dungeon is not a place to be feared. It is a place to be respected. The traps are there to protect the family, not to harm them. If you know the patterns, you can move through them safely. Harry nodded, his small face serious. And if I don't know the patterns? Lurch's expression didn't change, but there was a hint of something like amusement in his eyes. Then you learn them. Quickly. Thing, the disembodied hand that had been a constant presence in Harry's life, had become his primary companion in the more mundane aspects of his education. Thing could write, draw, and even mimic simple gestures, and had proven to be an invaluable tutor in subjects that required more hands-on learning. Show me again. Harry said, watching as Thing's fingers moved across the page, forming letters in perfect calligraphy. I want to get the loops right. Thing repeated the motion, adding an extra flourish at the end that made Harry giggle. The hand then pat him on the head, its movement surprisingly gentle for a creature that had once been used to strangle a rival family member. I think I'm starting to get it, Harry said, picking up his own quill and attempting to copy the letters. It's not as hard as I thought. Thing made a gesture that could have been a shrug, then pointed to the page, indicating where Harry's letters had gone slightly askew. Harry corrected the error, and Thing gave an approving wiggle of its fingers. Pugsley, who was now 13, had become something of a mentor in the art of creative destruction. His room was a workshop of chaos, filled with experiments that had gone wrong and a few that had gone terrifyingly right. He loved to show Harry his latest creations, explaining with great enthusiasm how each one had been designed to cause maximum mayhem. "This one's my favorite," Pugsley said, holding up a small device that looked like a child's toy. "It's a portable chaos generator. When you press the button, it creates a localized reality distortion. Nothing too serious, just enough to make people think they're seeing things. Great for pranks. Can I try it?" Harry asked eagerly. "Absolutely. That's what family's for." Pugsley pressed the button, and the room's walls seemed to ripple like water. Harry watched, fascinated, as the colors shifted and blended, creating patterns that seemed to move in impossible ways. "This is incredible," Harry breathed. "Can I make one of my own?" "I'll teach you," Pugsley promised. "But first, you have to learn the basics of enchantment. You can't just throw things together and hope they work, that's how you end up with exploding toads in your wardrobe." "Like Uncle Fester?" "Exactly like Uncle Fester. Although to be fair, the exploding toads were actually a success. They made his wardrobe smell much better." Wednesday, now 15, had taken on the role of Harry's primary mentor in the more subtle arts. She taught him how to read people, how to identify weaknesses, and how to turn those weaknesses to his advantage. "The world is full of people who think they're stronger than you," she told him one afternoon, as they sat in the mansion's conservatory, which, true to Addams' tradition, contained only plants that were capable of killing or maiming. "They'll try to intimidate you with their power, their money, their connections. But none of that matters if you know how to make them doubt themselves." Harry was watching her carefully, his green eyes sharp. "How do you do that?" "First, you learn to see them. Really see them. Watch their body language, their expressions, the way they move when they think no one is looking. Everyone has tells, Harry. Everyone has fears. Once you know what they are, you can use them." She demonstrated with a small movement of her hand, and one of the plants in the corner of the room, a particularly aggressive Venus flytrap, snapped its jaws toward her, then retreated when she didn't flinch. "See? That plant sensed my fear. But I wasn't afraid, so it backed down. The same principle applies to people. How do I learn to see people that way? You practice. You watch. You listen. And eventually, it becomes second nature." Wednesday's smile was small but genuine. "You're already good at it, you know. You read people better than anyone I've ever met." "I do." Harry looked surprised. "I don't feel like I do." "That's because you're not trying. It's instinctual with you. You just know who you can trust and who you can't. That's a rare gift, Harry. Don't waste it." Gomez was perhaps the most enthusiastic of Harry's teachers. He approached education like he approached everything else in life, with boundless energy, passionate declarations, and a willingness to throw himself into any endeavor, regardless of personal danger. "My boy," he cried, sweeping Harry into a hug that lifted him off his feet. "Today, we're going to learn about the art of the duel. The poetry of combat. The dance of victory." Harry laughed, returning the embrace. "Father, I'm only 7. Isn't that a bit advanced?" "Nonsense. I started my training when I was 4. Your grandfather taught me the basics with a butter knife, and look how I turned out." Harry considered this for a moment. His father had, by all accounts, a remarkable talent for dueling. He had won countless competitions, defeated dozens of challengers, and once fought a troll to a standstill using nothing but a rolled-up newspaper and a good deal of panache. "All right," Harry agreed. "But I want to use real swords." Gomez's face lit up with pride. "My son. My magnificent, bloodthirsty son. Of course you'll use real swords. Nothing else would be worthy of an Addams." The dueling lessons took place in the mansion's ballroom, which was large enough to accommodate the kind of energetic combat that Gomez favored. The walls were lined with portraits of ancestors who watched the proceedings with expressions ranging from mild interest to outright bloodthirsty enthusiasm. "All right, my boy," Gomez said, taking his stance. "Show me what you've learned." Harry raised his practice sword, a beautifully crafted blade that was slightly too heavy for his small frame, and faced his father. The sunlight streaming through the windows caught the metal, making it glint. "I'll try not to embarrass you," Harry said, his voice steady. "Embarrass me? My son, you could never." Harry moved, his blade flashing toward his father's side. Gomez dodged at the last instant, his reflexes sharp from years of practice, but Harry was already following up, pressing his advantage. "Excellent!" Gomez cried, blocking another strike. "Excellent footwork. Your mother would be proud." "Mother said I should aim for the heart," Harry said, spinning away from a counterattack. "But she also said to start small." "Wise woman, your mother. She always knows exactly the right." Gomez had to break off to dodge a particularly vicious strike, amount of violence to recommend. They continued the duel for another 20 minutes, with Harry growing more confident with each passing moment. He was fast, faster than any child his age should have been, and his instincts were sharp. He could read his father's movements before they happened, anticipating the attacks and countering them with increasing skill. Finally, Gomez lowered his sword, breathing heavily but grinning from ear to ear. "Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Harry, you have a natural talent for combat. I've never seen anyone your age move like that." Harry's cheeks flushed with pleasure. "Thank you, father. I've been practicing." "Clearly. But we must discuss something." Gomez's expression became slightly more serious. "You're moving like an Addams, but there's something else there. Something I've only seen a few times before." Harry looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I mean your instincts. They're sharp, Harry. Sharper than they should be for a child your age. It's like you can see what's going to happen before it happens." Harry paused, considering his father's words. He had noticed the same thing himself, particularly during the duels. It wasn't quite precognition, but something close, a sense of how things would unfold, a feeling for the patterns of combat. "Do you think it's related to my magic?" he asked. "Mother said the shadows respond to me, and sometimes I feel like I can sense things that aren't there." "Perhaps," Gomez said thoughtfully. "Your magic is unusual, even by our standards. But that's not a bad thing, Harry. It just means you'll need to learn how to use it properly. And we'll help you. All of us." Morticia watched Harry's progress with a mixture of pride and caution. She had known from the moment she first held him that he was extraordinary. The power that pulsed beneath his skin was unlike anything she had ever sensed. But as the years passed and Harry grew, that power had only intensified, becoming something that she and the rest of the family were still learning to understand. "You're thinking about Harry's future," Gomez observed, coming up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. "I'm always thinking about Harry's future," she admitted. "He's not like the other children, Gomez. He's not even like us, and we're not exactly normal ourselves. He's an Addams. That's what matters. Of course. But there's something else. Something that's been growing inside him since the day we found him. It's like he's connected to something older than magic itself." Gomez was silent for a moment. Then he kissed her cheek. "Whatever he is, my love, he's our son. And we'll face whatever comes together. As a family." Morticia leaned back against him, drawing comfort from his presence. "I know. I just wish we had more time. He's growing so quickly, and the world is already beginning to notice him." "The magical world? Dumbledore?" "Dumbledore hasn't given up on him, though he's been quiet about it. But there are others. People who sense the power in him, even from a distance. The ancient bloodlines, the old families who remember what true magic looks like. They're starting to stir." "Let them stir," Gomez said, his voice filled with confidence. "Harry can handle himself. He's an Addams, after all." That evening, Harry was in his room, practicing the lesson that Morticia had taught him earlier. The shadow's breath was carefully hidden in a small compartment in his desk, but he could still feel its presence, the subtle hum of power that seemed to resonate with something deep inside him. He sat on his bed, closing his eyes and focusing on the feeling. The shadows in the room began to shift, moving toward him like they were drawn by an invisible force. He could feel them pooling around him, cold and welcoming, like the embrace of an old friend. "What are you?" he whispered, speaking to the shadows as if they could hear him. "What am I?" The shadows didn't answer, but he felt something shift in their depths, a presence, old and vast and patient, watching him with something that might have been curiosity. "Is that you?" Harry asked, his voice barely audible. "Are you the one I can feel? The one who's been with me since the beginning?" The presence didn't respond, but Harry felt it grow closer, wrapping around him like a protective cloak. For a moment, he felt utterly safe, utterly at peace, as if he had found something he had been searching for his entire life. Then the presence retreated, and Harry was alone again, sitting on his bed in a room that was suddenly much too bright. "Who are you?" he asked the empty air. "What do you want from me?" No answer came. But Harry was sure of one thing: whatever was inside him, whatever had been there since the moment of his birth, it was not something to be feared. It was something to be understood. And he was determined to understand it. The years passed, and Harry grew, becoming stronger, smarter, and more capable with each passing day. His training continued, covering everything from the practical arts of combat and survival to the more esoteric knowledge of ancient magic and forbidden lore. He learned how to navigate the magical world's political landscape, how to identify allies and enemies, and how to play the long game that his family had mastered over generations. By the time he was 11, Harry was unrecognizable as the child who had been left on a doorstep a decade before. He was confident, poised, and utterly unafraid of anything the world could throw at him. He could duel like a master, identify poisons in an instant, and command shadows with a thought. But most importantly, he was happy. He had a family who loved him, a home that accepted him, and a sense of purpose that drove him forward. The darkness that had surrounded him since birth had never been a curse, it had been a gift, a blessing that had shaped him into something extraordinary. And it was all thanks to the Addams family, who had seen the potential in him and had chosen to embrace it. Now, as Harry stood at the window of the mansion, watching the sun set over the distant hills, he felt a sense of peace that he had never known. The darkness was still there, always there, but it was no longer something to be feared. It was part of him, woven into the very fabric of his being. "Are you ready, my son?" Gomez asked, coming to stand beside him. "Tomorrow, we go to Hogwarts." Harry turned to face his father, his green eyes shining with quiet confidence. "I've been ready for years, father. I want to see what the magical world has to offer. And if it's not what you expected, I'll make it what I expect." Harry's smile was small but sure. "I'm an Addams, after all. We don't just adapt to the world. We make the world adapt to us." Gomez laughed, throwing his arm around his son's shoulders. "That's my boy. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Harry leaned into his father's embrace, feeling the warmth of his love and the strength of his support. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew he would face them with his family beside him. The darkness was his ally. The shadows were his friends. And the world would learn, one day, what it truly meant to be Harry Addams. End of Chapter 2. #Magic awakens in the shadows. #Chapter 3. The night before Harry's 11th birthday, the Addams mansion experienced something it had not felt in centuries. A tremor. It began as a whisper beneath the foundation stones, a vibration so subtle that only the most sensitive members of the household noticed it. Thing, who had been reading a particularly gruesome novel in the library, paused mid-page, his fingers twitching with unease. Lurch, who was polishing the suits of armor in the east wing, stopped mid-motion, his massive head tilting as if listening to something far away. Even the portraits in the main hall seemed to stir, their painted eyes turning toward the ceiling with expressions of wary anticipation. Morticia felt it first. She was in her private chambers, preparing a selection of herbs for a potion she had been perfecting for weeks. The tremor passed through the room like a wave, causing the candles to flicker and the shadows to deepen. She set down her knife, her dark eyes narrowing as she focused on the sensation. "Gomez," she said, her voice carrying a note of urgency that was rare for her. "Something is happening." Gomez appeared in the doorway, his expression immediately shifting from his usual playful demeanor to something more serious. He had been in his study, reviewing the family accounts, a task that always required his full attention, given the somewhat creative methods the Addams employed to manage their wealth. "I felt it," he confirmed. "It's coming from Harry's room." They moved through the mansion together, their footsteps silent on the worn stone floors. The tremor was growing stronger now, the vibrations intensifying with each step they took. The portraits in the hall had begun to whisper among themselves, their voices carrying fragments of conversation that spoke of ancient powers and forgotten prophecies. By the time they reached Harry's door, the tremor had become almost violent. The floor beneath their feet was shaking, and the door itself was vibrating in its frame. "Harry!" Morticia called, pushing open the door. "Harry, are you?" She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening at what she saw. Harry was floating. He was suspended several feet above his bed, his body surrounded by a cocoon of swirling shadows. The darkness was so thick, so absolute, that it seemed to have a life of its own, tendrils reaching out to touch the walls, the ceiling, the furniture, leaving trails of frost in their wake. Harry's eyes were closed, his face peaceful, but his body was glowing with a faint silver light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. "The shadows," Gomez breathed, his voice barely audible. "They're responding to his magic. His birthday, he's manifesting his powers. It's more than that." Morticia's voice was tight with controlled excitement. "Look at the room. Look at what's happening to the space itself." She was right. The room had begun to change, the walls were shifting, the dimensions warping in ways that defied physics. The windows had grown larger, the ceiling higher, and the shadows themselves had taken on shapes that were almost recognizable, creatures, beings, ancient forms that had not walked the earth in millennia. And at the center of it all was Harry, floating in a state of perfect calm, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "Should we wake him?" Gomez asked, his hand moving to his sword. "This seems unpredictable." "No." Morticia's voice was firm. "This is his power manifesting. If we interrupt it, we might damage something. He needs to complete the process on his own." The tremor intensified again, and the room's shadows began to coalesce into forms that were unmistakably humanoid. They gathered around Harry, watching him with eyes that glowed like coals. One of them reached out, its shadowy hand brushing against Harry's cheek, and the boy's face relaxed into a smile. "He's dreaming," Morticia murmured. "He's dreaming of them. The shadows are showing him something." The dream state continued for another hour, with the Addams family watching from the doorway as the room transformed around Harry. The shadows danced and wove, creating patterns that were beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. The tremor gradually faded, replaced by a sense of profound stillness that seemed to fill the entire mansion. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Harry's eyes fluttered open, and he dropped gently onto his bed, his expression dazed but calm. The shadows retreated to their usual places, the room returning to its normal dimensions, and the sense of ancient power faded into the background. Mother? Father? Harry's voice was sleepy, confused. What happened? Morticia crossed to his side, sitting on the edge of the bed and taking his hand. Your magic awakened, my darling. You had a very powerful manifestation. Was I floating? Yes. And the shadows were responding to you. Do you remember anything? Harry frowned, concentrating. I remember, dreaming. I was in a place that was made of darkness, but it wasn't scary. It was warm. Safe. And there were creatures there. They were talking to me. Telling me things I didn't understand. What things? I don't remember exactly. Something about bonds. And blood. And a night that would change everything. Morticia and Gomez exchanged a look. This was beyond anything they had expected. Harry's magic was manifesting earlier than they had anticipated, and it was doing so in ways that were clearly extraordinary. It's all right, my darling, Morticia said, smoothing his hair back from his forehead. You're safe. The shadows are just trying to communicate with you. They recognize you as one of their own. Harry nodded slowly, still looking dazed. They said I was important. That I had a purpose. But I don't know what it means. You'll find out in time, Gomez assured him. For now, just rest. You've had a big night. The next morning, Harry's 11th birthday, the mansion was buzzing with excitement. Fester had decorated the entire entrance hall with banners that read, Happy Birthday, Harry, in letters made of what appeared to be dried blood, which, knowing Fester, might have been genuine. Pugsley had created a birthday cake that had been enchanted to explode at the end of the celebration, though he had promised it would only be a small explosion. Wednesday had written a poem for Harry, a dark, brooding ode to death and darkness that was surprisingly touching in its own way. And Lurch had prepared a breakfast that was more elaborate than anything the mansion had seen in years. Happy birthday, my son. Gomez boomed, sweeping Harry into a hug. 11 years old. Can you believe it? Time flies when you're having fun, Harry laughed, returning the embrace. Thank you, Father. For everything. Not everything, Morticia said, stepping forward with a gift box wrapped in black paper. This is just a small token. A tradition in our family. Harry opened the box with careful hands, revealing a silver ring set with a dark stone that seemed to absorb the light around it. The stone was smooth and warm to the touch, and when Harry put the ring on his finger, he felt a surge of power that made his breath catch. It's beautiful, he said softly. What is it? An heirloom, Morticia explained. It was worn by your ancestors, the ones who walked the darkness before the rest of the world understood it. It's enchanted to enhance your bond with the shadows, to help you connect with the power that sleeps within you. Harry looked at the ring, turning it on his finger. He could feel the bond it had formed with him, the way it hummed with a resonance that matched his own magic. It was like finding a part of himself that he hadn't known was missing. Thank you, Mother, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I'll treasure it. The celebrations continued throughout the day, with Harry receiving gifts from every member of the family. Thing had created a new companion for Harry, a small hand puppet that could move on its own, perfect for practicing spells and maneuvers. Lurch had given him a beautifully bound book on the history of the Addams family, complete with illustrations of their more questionable ancestors. And Wednesday, ever the pragmatist, had given him a set of enchanted knives that could be summoned at will. Your enemies won't see them coming, she said with a rare smile. Perfect for concealed attack. It was during the evening celebration, when the family was gathered around the dining table, that the first hint of change arrived. A single owl, pure white and carrying an air of importance, flew through the open window and landed on the table in front of Harry. It carried a letter in its beak, heavy parchment sealed with a wax crest that Harry had never seen before. The crest was a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle, all arranged around a large H. "What's that?" Pugsley asked, reaching for the letter. "Is that from Hogwarts? I thought it had a different seal." "It has a different seal," Wednesday confirmed. "The Hogwarts crest is more conventional. This one, I don't recognize it." Harry took the letter carefully, examining the seal before breaking it open. The parchment inside was thick and yellowed, covered in handwriting that was both elegant and ancient. To Harry Addams, he read aloud, "We are pleased to inform you that your application for attendance at the Institution for Advanced Magical Studies has been accepted. Your exceptional talents have been noted by our admissions committee, and we believe you would be an excellent addition to our student body. Please find enclosed your list of required materials. We look forward to your arrival on the 1st of September." He looked up, his eyes wide. "What is this? I thought I was going to Hogwarts." Morticia took the letter, reading it quickly. Her expression shifted from curiosity to something more complex, a mixture of concern and interest. "This is unexpected," she admitted. "The Institution for Advanced Magical Studies is an old school, very old. It was founded by a group of wizards who believed that Hogwarts' curriculum was too restrictive. Too focused on light magic at the expense of the deeper arts." "I've heard of it," Gomez said, his voice thoughtful. "It's a school for the exceptionally gifted. Students who show powers beyond the ordinary. But they're very selective. I've never heard of them sending an unsolicited invitation. Which means someone has been watching Harry. Someone who knows about his abilities." The family exchanged glances, the festive atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Harry looked from one face to another, trying to understand the significance of what was happening. "What does it mean?" he asked. "Am I supposed to go to this school instead of Hogwarts?" "Not necessarily," Morticia said, setting down the letter. "You have a choice, Harry. You always have a choice. Hogwarts is the most prestigious school in the magical world, with centuries of tradition and a curriculum that has produced some of the greatest wizards in history. But it's also restrictive, bound by rules and expectations that might not be compatible with who you are. And this other school? It's different. Smaller, more focused on the individual student. They don't teach the same things as Hogwarts, some of their subjects are considered questionable by the ministry. But they also don't have the same biases against dark magic." Harry considered this, his mind racing. He had always assumed he would attend Hogwarts. It was what every magical child in Britain did, the natural progression of their education. But this letter had opened up a new possibility, one he hadn't considered. "What do you think I should do?" he asked his mother. "I think you should do what's right for you. But I also think we should do some research before making any decisions. There are political considerations involved." Over the next few days, the Addams family threw themselves into investigating the mysterious letter. Morticia sent inquiries to her contacts in the magical world, while Gomez used his own extensive network to gather information on the Institution for Advanced Magical Studies. What they discovered was fascinating. The school was located somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, hidden behind wards so powerful that even the most experienced wizards couldn't find it. It had been founded in the 14th century by a group of wizards who had been expelled from Hogwarts for teaching dark and dangerous subjects. Over the centuries, it had developed a reputation as a place where the most talented and dangerous wizards received their education. "The curriculum is not for the faint of heart," Morticia read from a historical text. "Students are taught everything from advanced combat magic to necromancy to the creation of magical artifacts. The faculty is made up of former students, many of whom have become legends in their own right." "And the political connections?" Gomez asked. "Who are the school's allies?" "The school is independent of the ministry, which is why it's considered so controversial. They don't follow the ministry's curriculum, and they refuse to accept their oversight. As a result, many of their graduates go on to become significant players in the magical world, some in politics, some in business, and some in less conventional pursuits. Harry listened to all this with growing interest. The school sounded like it might be a better fit for him, a place where he could explore his powers without the restrictions of conventional magical education. But there was still Hogwarts to consider. And the letter from Hogwarts had also arrived, on his actual birthday, delivered by a tiny owl that seemed overwhelmed by the task of flying through the mansion's defenses. "What do you think?" he asked his father, holding up both letters. "Which one should I choose?" Gomez looked at his son, his expression thoughtful. "I think, Harry, that you should do what feels right. Both schools have their advantages and disadvantages. But only you can know which one will be the best fit for your future." Harry nodded slowly, considering his options. The decision weighed heavily on him. It would shape the course of his entire life, determining what kind of wizard he would become and what role he would play in the magical world. And then, the universe made the decision for him. The following week, Harry began to experience something strange. It started small. The shadows in his room seemed to move more freely, responding to his thoughts before he could even consciously direct them. He would think of wanting something, and the shadows would bring it to him: a book from the library, a snack from the kitchen, a letter from a far-off friend. Then the ghosts started appearing. The first one was a woman, pale and beautiful, with eyes that held centuries of sorrow. She appeared in Harry's room one night, floating above his bed with an expression of reverence on her face. "Child of endless night," she whispered, her voice carrying the echo of ages. "We have been waiting for you." Harry sat up in bed, his heart racing. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am Lady Seraphina," the ghost replied. "I was the matriarch of House Black, a family of darkness and power. I have watched over you since the day you arrived in this mansion, waiting for the moment when your power would awaken." "But why? Why are you here?" The ghost smiled, her expression both sad and hopeful. "Because you are the one we have been waiting for. The child of prophecy. The one who will unite the shadows and the light. The one who will bring balance to the magical world." Harry stared at her, struggling to process what she was saying. "I'm just a boy." "I'm not, I can't be." "You are more than you know," the ghost interrupted. "Your power is ancient, Harry. It comes from a time before the ministry, before the founders, before the very concept of magic as it is now understood. You are connected to the darkness in a way that no other wizard has ever been." "What does that mean?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "What am I?" "You are the child of endless night," the ghost repeated. "The one who will master the shadows and rule the darkness. You are the fulfillment of a prophecy older than Hogwarts itself." Before Harry could ask any more questions, the ghost began to fade, her form dissolving into the shadows from which she had emerged. "Seek the ancient places," she whispered, her voice growing fainter. "The chambers beneath the school. The halls of forgotten knowledge. They will teach you what you need to know. They will guide you to your destiny." And then she was gone, leaving Harry alone in a room that suddenly felt much larger and much emptier than before. The visits continued over the following days, with more ghosts appearing in the mansion and in the surrounding grounds. They came from all over, from different families, different eras, different magical traditions. Each one recognized Harry as something special, something that had not been seen in centuries. "Child of endless night," they whispered, "child of shadows, keeper of the dark." The Ministry of Magic began to notice. An investigator arrived at the mansion, a small, nervous wizard who seemed deeply uncomfortable with the Addams family's decorating style. He asked questions about the increased magical activity in the area, about the reports of ghost sightings and shadow manifestations that had been flooding the ministry's offices. "Just a bit of family magic," Morticia assured him, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. "You know how it is with old families. Sometimes the magic gets excited. The investigator nodded nervously, clearly eager to leave. Of course, madam. I understand. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all, Gomez agreed, clapping the man on the back hard enough to make him stumble. Just a few ghosts having a bit of fun. Nothing that would interest the ministry. After the investigator left, the family gathered in the main hall to discuss the situation. They're going to come back, Wednesday said flatly. They'll be watching us now, waiting for another sign. We need to be more careful. Careful is not something we're good at. Fester pointed out. Besides, Harry's power is only going to grow. We can't hide it forever. We don't need to hide it, Morticia said calmly. We just need to manage it. Harry will go to Hogwarts, where he'll learn to control his abilities in a way that doesn't alarm the ministry. And we'll make sure he has the resources he needs to understand what he's becoming. Wait, Harry interrupted, his voice sharp. I thought I was supposed to choose between Hogwarts and the other school. Now you're saying I should go to Hogwarts? It's the safest option, Morticia explained. The institution for advanced magical studies would only draw more attention, more questions. Hogwarts is familiar, predictable. We can protect you there. But I don't need protection, Harry argued. I can handle myself. You've taught me how. From some things, yes. But not from everything. Morticia crossed to him, placing her hands on his shoulders. There are forces at work, Harry. Ancient forces that we don't fully understand. The ghosts, the shadows, the power that's awakening within you, all of it is connected to something bigger than any of us. What do you mean? I mean there's a prophecy. One that has been waiting for you since the moment you were born. And there are people who will try to use that prophecy for their own ends, people who will want to control you, to manipulate you, to turn you into a weapon for their own purposes. Harry's eyes widened. What prophecy? The one that was spoken the night you survived the attack. A prophecy about a child who would be marked by the darkness and become the most powerful wizard in existence. The one who would challenge the darkness itself and emerge victorious. But that's Voldemort, Harry said, the name feeling strange on his tongue. That prophecy was about defeating Voldemort. No, my son. Morticia's voice was quiet but firm. That prophecy was about becoming something greater than Voldemort could ever be. About mastering the darkness that he fears so much. About becoming the wizard who will reshape the magical world in ways that no one can imagine. Harry stared at his mother, his mind racing. Everything she was saying, the prophecy, the ghosts, the power that was awakening within him, it was too much to process. He had always known he was different, had always felt the darkness calling to him in a way that was both thrilling and terrifying. But he had never imagined it meant something like this. What am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice barely audible. Morticia smiled, her expression soft but determined. You're supposed to be who you are, Harry. You're supposed to embrace the gift that you've been given and use it to become the wizard you were meant to be. And we'll be with you every step of the way. The week before Harry was due to leave for Hogwarts, something happened that confirmed everything Morticia had been telling him. He was in the library, reading one of the ancient texts that Lurch had provided, when the shadows in the room began to swirl. They formed into a shape that Harry recognized, the same humanoid form that had appeared during his birthday dream, the one that had reached out to touch his face. Child of endless night, the shadow spoke, its voice a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have been summoned. Summoned by whom? Harry asked, his heart pounding. By the ones who wait beneath. The ancient ones, the forgotten ones, the ones who have watched over the darkness since the beginning of time. They have seen your power, and they wish to speak with you. How? How can I speak with them? There is a place beneath the school, the shadow replied. A place that was built before the school itself, when the magic of the land was wild and untamed. It sleeps beneath the castle, waiting for the one who can awaken it. The chambers, Harry breathed, remembering the ghost's words. The ancient chambers beneath the school. They will teach you, the shadow confirmed. They will show you what you need to know. And they will help you become what you were meant to be. Before Harry could ask any more questions, the shadow dissolved, leaving him alone in a room that suddenly felt very quiet. He sat back in his chair, his mind whirling with possibilities. The ancient chambers beneath Hogwarts, that was where the answers were waiting. That was where he would find the truth about his power and his purpose. He would go to Hogwarts, as his mother had advised. But he would not be just another student. He would be something more. Something that the school and everyone in it would eventually have to reckon with. Harry Addams rose from his chair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was ready. End of Chapter 3. #Hogwarts receives a nightmare. #Chapter 4. The morning of September 1st dawned gray and misty over the Addams mansion, the kind of morning that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of something momentous. Harry stood at his window, watching the fog curl around the ancient stones of the grounds, and felt a strange mixture of excitement and calm settle over him. Today, he would go to Hogwarts. The decision had been made after weeks of discussion, research, and careful consideration. Hogwarts was the safer choice, the more conventional choice, the choice that would allow him to observe the magical world from within its most hallowed institution while he prepared for the larger role that awaited him. The institution for advanced magical studies could wait, for now. "The carriage is ready, Master Harry," Lurch intoned from the doorway, his massive frame blocking most of the light. "The family awaits." Harry turned from the window, his green eyes catching the faint glow of the ring on his finger. He had dressed carefully for the occasion, not in the traditional robes that most students would wear, but in a dark suit that had been tailored to his measurements. With a silver tie clip that matched the ring. He wanted to make an impression, to show the magical world that Harry Addams was not the orphan they had expected. "Thank you, Lurch," he said, his voice steady. "I'm ready." The journey to King's Cross was accomplished in the family's custom hearse, which attracted the usual stares from passers-by. Gomez drove with his characteristic enthusiasm, taking corners at speeds that would have been alarming if the driver hadn't been so clearly in control. "I remember my first day at Hogwarts," Gomez said, his voice carrying over the roar of the engine. "I made quite an impression. I dueled the head boy within the first hour and managed to explode the potions classroom before lunch." "That sounds like you, Father," Harry replied, his lips quirking into a smile. "It was magnificent. The headmaster at the time, a dreadful man named Dip Pet, tried to expel me. But your grandmother had connections, and the incident was quietly swept under the rug. I still have the scar from the duel, though. A lovely thing, shaped like a crescent moon. It's on his left buttock," Morticia added from the passenger seat, her voice perfectly serene. "He's very proud of it." "I am," Gomez confirmed. "It's a reminder of a glorious victory." Harry laughed, the sound filling the car with warmth. This was what he would miss, the easy camaraderie, the dark humor, the unwavering support of a family who loved him exactly as he was. Hogwarts would be different, a world of unfamiliar faces and unknown challenges. But he knew, deep in his heart, that he would always have this to come back to. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry had expected magical transportation to be more dramatic, but the reality was a bustling platform filled with students and families, trunks and owls, and the general cacophony of hundreds of people trying to move in different directions at once. The steam from the Hogwarts Express billowed around them, mixing with the shouts of parents and the chatter of students. "A bit crowded," Gomez observed, looking around with the slightly predatory interest of someone who had never enjoyed crowds. "I wonder if we could find someone to duel. It would help clear the air." "Perhaps later, my love," Morticia said, her hand resting gently on his arm. "First, we need to get Harry situated." The family moved through the crowd, drawing stares as they went. The Addams were an unusual sight even by wizarding standards. the impeccably dressed couple with their macabre fashion sense, the towering butler with his pallid skin, the children who looked like they had stepped out of a Gothic novel. And at the center of it all was Harry, walking with the confidence of someone who had been raised to believe that the world should fear him, not the other way around. "We should find you a compartment," Morticia said, guiding Harry toward the train. "Somewhere private, where you can prepare for the journey." Before they could reach the train, however, a commotion at the barrier caught their attention. The crowd parted, revealing a massive figure struggling to squeeze through the entrance. He was enormous, easily twice the height of any other wizard on the platform, with a wild beard, a tattered coat, and an expression of barely contained confusion. "Hagrid," Morticia murmured, her voice carrying a note of interest. "The groundskeeper at Hogwarts. He appears to be looking for something. Or someone," Gomez observed, his hand moving to rest on his sword. "I wonder who." Hagrid's eyes swept the platform, and then they landed on Harry. The giant's face broke into a wide grin, and he began to push his way through the crowd toward them. "There you are," he boomed, his voice carrying across the platform. "I knew I'd find ya. Dumbledore told me you'd be here." Harry blinked, slightly taken aback by the giant's enthusiasm. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "Know me? Course ya don't know me. But I know ya, Harry Potter." Hagrid stopped, squinting at Harry's face with confusion. "Wait. Yeri not, ya don't look like I expected." "Perhaps because he's not who you thought he was," Morticia said, stepping forward smoothly. "This is our son, Harry Addams. You must have mistaken him for someone else." Hagrid's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, realization, and then something that looked alarmingly like horror. "But Dumbledore said, he told me the boy was at Privet Drive, that he was with the Muggles. The child who was left on a doorstep." Morticia's voice was ice. "The one who was abandoned by the magical world. Yes, we found him. We took him in. We raised him. And now, he is our son, not a prop for someone else's plans." Hagrid looked from Morticia to Harry, his face a mask of distress. "But the prophecy, Dumbledore's plans, he's supposed to be." "He's supposed to be exactly who he is," Morticia interrupted. "And you will not take him from us." "I'm not going to take him," Hagrid protested, holding up his massive hands. "I just came to make sure he got on the train, to give him his letter." "We received the letter," Harry said, his voice calm and collected. "Several weeks ago, in fact. I've already responded with my acceptance." Hagrid blinked, clearly not having expected this. But I was supposed to be the one to tell ya, I had everything planned." "Plans change," Gomez said, clapping Hagrid on the shoulder with enough force to make the giant stagger. "You should be used to that by now. In our experience, the best plans are the ones that don't survive contact with the Addams family." Hagrid looked utterly defeated, his massive shoulders slumping. "I don't understand," he muttered. "Dumbledore said, he said the boy would be at Privet Drive, he said he'd be waiting." "The boy you're looking for is not the boy standing in front of you," Morticia said, her voice softening slightly. "Harry is no longer the frightened, neglected child you might have expected. He is an Addams, through and through. And we will not allow him to be taken from us." "I don't want to take him," Hagrid insisted again. "I just wanted to help, to make sure he knew about Hogwarts." "We appreciate the sentiment," Harry said, offering the giant a small smile. "But I assure you, I know all about Hogwarts. My family has prepared me well." Hagrid stared at Harry, his eyes taking in the boy's confident posture, his expensive clothes, the ring on his finger that seemed to absorb the light around it. Whatever he had been expecting, this was clearly not it. "Well," he said finally, his voice resigned. "I suppose there's nothing more to say, then. I'll just be going, dot." He turned to leave, then stopped, looking back at Harry with something approaching sadness in his eyes. "I hope you'll be happy, wherever ye end up. I really do. And then he was gone, pushing his way back through the crowd and disappearing from sight. The journey to Hogwarts passed in a blur. Harry found a compartment on his own, choosing to avoid the crowds of students who were already forming friendships and rivalries. The window showed the countryside rushing past, green fields giving way to hills and valleys that grew wilder as they traveled north. The train was everything Harry had expected: steam and whistles, vendors selling sweets, students laughing and talking about their summers. It was a microcosm of the magical world, a place where the rules were different and yet somehow the same as everywhere else. He was about to settle into his seat with a book when a knock came at the compartment door. 2 students stood in the doorway, a boy with dark hair and sharp features, and a girl with an expression of quiet determination. "Mind if we sit here?" the boy asked, his voice carrying a hint of superiority. "Everywhere else is full." "Be my guest," Harry said, gesturing to the seats opposite him. "I'm Harry, by the way. Harry Addams." "Draco Malfoy," the boy said, settling into his seat with practiced grace. "And this is Pansy Parkinson." "I've heard of your family," Pansy said, her eyes taking in Harry's appearance with obvious interest. "The Addams family. They're unusual." "We prefer distinctive," Harry said, his smile polite but cool. "But yes, we're not like most magical families." Draco leaned forward, his expression eager. "Is it true what they say? That your family practices dark magic? That you've been raised in a place where the Ministry's rules don't apply?" "Draco," Pansy hissed, elbowing him sharply. "You can't just ask that." "It's fine," Harry said, holding up a hand. "I don't mind the questions. Yes, my family has a different approach to magic than most people in Britain. We believe that knowledge shouldn't be limited by arbitrary rules." Draco's eyes lit up with interest. "That's exactly what my father says. He's always complaining about the Ministry's interference in magical education. He says there should be more freedom to explore alternative traditions." "Your father sounds like a wise man." "He is. He's on the board of governors at Hogwarts, you know." Draco's voice carried a hint of pride. "He has a lot of influence over how the school is run." Harry filed that information away, recognizing the significance. The Malfoys were clearly an influential family, one that might be useful to cultivate. "That must be useful," he said smoothly. "Having someone on the inside who can help navigate the school's complexities." "It definitely helps," Draco agreed. "What about you? What connections does your family have?" The question was more pointed than it appeared, a probing for alliances. Harry understood the game well. His mother had taught him how to navigate these conversations, how to reveal just enough to seem open while keeping his true plans hidden. "My family has connections throughout the magical world," he said carefully. "Not necessarily in the Ministry, but in other areas. We've always believed that true influence comes from knowledge and ability, not from government positions." Draco nodded, clearly impressed. "We should stick together at Hogwarts, Harry. The school can be dangerous if you don't have the right connections. My father can help you navigate the politics, and in return, you could." "I appreciate the offer," Harry interrupted gently. "But I prefer to make my own way. I'm sure we'll find common ground when it's appropriate." Draco's expression flickered with something that might have been disappointment, but he nodded. "Of course. I understand. We should talk again sometime, though. Get to know each other better." "Indeed," Harry agreed. "I look forward to it." The journey continued, with Draco and Pansy eventually leaving to find their own compartment. Harry was alone again, staring out the window as the landscape grew darker, the mountains looming on the horizon. Hogwarts was close. The train began to slow, and Harry gathered his things, readying himself for the arrival. He had been told about the boat ride across the lake, the glimpse of the castle for the first time, the sorting ceremony that would determine his house. He had prepared for all of it, armed with the knowledge his family had provided. But nothing could have prepared him for what happened when he stepped off the train. The moment his feet touched the platform, he felt it, a surge of power that rippled through the ground, through the air, through the very fabric of the world around him. The shadows in the station deepened, reaching for him like they had been waiting for his arrival. And all around him, students began to whisper. "Did you see that?" The shadows moved. "Who is that boy?" Harry ignored the whispers, his attention focused on the presence he could feel beneath his feet. The school was alive, he could sense it in the stones, the ancient magic that had been woven into its very foundations. It recognized him, accepted him, welcomed him in a way that was almost overwhelming. "Come along, you lot," a voice boomed, and Harry turned to see Hagrid holding a lantern, his face still carrying the ghost of his earlier disappointment. "First years, follow me." The boat ride across the lake was magical in every sense of the word. The water was black as ink, reflecting the stars that had appeared in the darkening sky. And there, on the hill ahead, stood Hogwarts Castle, a vision of towers and battlements, of light and shadow, that seemed to have been carved from the very night itself. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine as the castle came into view. This was where he was meant to be, he could feel it in his bones, in the way the darkness seemed to gather around him, in the way the stones seemed to call to him. "Breathtaking, isn't it?" a girl beside him whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It is," Harry agreed, his voice soft. "It's exactly what I imagined." The boat docked at the shore, and the first years followed Hagrid into the castle. The entrance hall was vast and ancient, lined with portraits that whispered to each other as the students passed. The ceilings were so high they seemed to disappear into shadow, and the torches that lined the walls cast dancing flames that made the darkness shift and writhe. "The ghosts," someone murmured, and Harry looked up to see a procession of translucent figures floating through the walls. They were beautiful, ethereal, and they all seemed to be looking at him. "Child of endless night," one of them whispered, its voice carrying on the air. "We have been waiting for you." Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. So the ghosts of Hogwarts recognized him too. This was going to be interesting. The Great Hall was everything Harry had expected and more. The ceiling was enchanted to show the night sky, and the candles that floated overhead cast a warm glow across the room. The 4 house tables were filled with students in their respective colors, and the staff table at the front was occupied by the professors, each one watching the new students with varying degrees of interest. And there, at the center of it all, was Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster was not what Harry had expected. He had imagined someone more, imposing, perhaps. But the man who sat at the staff table was old, tired, with eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of secrets. Dumbledore's gaze swept the room, and for a moment, Harry felt it land on him. The headmaster's expression flickered, a flash of surprise, then concern, then something that might have been recognition. "So you've arrived," Dumbledore murmured, his voice barely audible across the room. "I was beginning to wonder." Harry met his gaze without flinching, his expression calm and unreadable. Whatever Dumbledore had planned for him, whatever role he had intended Harry to play, it had been disrupted by the Addams family's intervention. And Harry had no intention of letting the headmaster regain control of his destiny. "I've arrived," Harry said softly, though he knew Dumbledore couldn't hear him. "And I'm not going anywhere." The sorting ceremony was about to begin. The students filed into the great hall, their footsteps echoing on the ancient stones. Harry walked with the other first years, his posture perfect, his expression composed. He had been told what to expect, the sorting hat, the houses, the traditions that had been passed down for centuries. But he knew, as he approached the stool where the hat waited, that his sorting would be different from anyone else's. "I know what you are," a voice whispered in his mind as the hat settled on his head. "I can see it in the shadows that follow you. The power that sleeps within you. The darkness that you command." Harry said nothing, letting the hat explore his mind. "Slytherin," the hat continued, its voice filled with wonder. "That's where you belong. The house of the ambitious, the cunning, the power-hungry. But there's more to you than that. Isn't there? So much more. What do you see? Harry asked, his mental voice curious. I see a boy who was raised in darkness and learned to love it. A boy who has been touched by power that even I don't fully understand. A boy who will change everything. Is that good or bad? Neither, the hat replied. It just is. You are what you were always meant to be. And now, you must decide what you're going to do with it. Harry considered the hat's words, turning them over in his mind. The decision was his, it had always been his. The hat could suggest, but it couldn't decide. Slytherin, Harry said out loud, his voice carrying across the silent hall. I choose Slytherin. The hat paused for a moment, as if considering. Then, loud enough for everyone to hear, it shouted. Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted into applause as Harry stepped off the stool and made his way toward them. He could feel the eyes on him, the curiosity, the suspicion, the speculation. But he was used to being watched. He had been watched his entire life. Welcome to Slytherin, the prefect at the table said, her voice warm but guarded. I'm Gemma Farley. We're glad to have you. Thank you, Harry replied, taking his seat. I'm glad to be here. He looked up at the staff table, where Dumbledore was watching him with an expression of intense concentration. The headmaster's plans for him had clearly been disrupted, but Harry knew this was only the beginning. The game was just beginning. The feast was magnificent, a spread of food that would have fed a small army, with dishes that seemed to appear and disappear as if by magic. Harry ate sparingly, watching the other students as they chattered and laughed around him. He was sitting with Draco, Pansy, and several other Slytherin first years. They had accepted him into their group with a minimum of fuss, intrigued by his family's reputation and his confident demeanor. So, Draco said, leaning in close. What's your story? Why are you really here? Harry turned to look at him, his expression unreadable. I'm here to learn, he said simply. To become the best wizard I can be. Is that so strange? It's not strange, Draco said slowly. It's just, you don't seem like you're trying to fit in. You seem like you're here for something else. What makes you think that? Because I've seen that look before. In my father's eyes. It's the look of someone who's playing a longer game than everyone else. Harry smiled, a small, private smile that made Draco take a step back. Maybe I am, he admitted. But that doesn't mean we can't be friends. Alliances are valuable, aren't they? Of course they are, Draco agreed, his eyes narrowing. I'm just trying to figure out whose side you're on. I'm on my own side, Harry said, his voice carrying a note of finality. That's the only side that matters. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the ghosts, who floated through the walls and took their places at the staff table. Harry watched them with interest, noting the way they seemed to gravitate toward his position. The Bloody Baron, Draco whispered, pointing to a ghost who was covered in chains. He's the Slytherin ghost. He's looking at me, Harry interrupted, his voice quiet. The Bloody Baron was indeed looking at Harry, his spectral eyes fixed on the boy with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. The ghost floated closer, his chains clanking as he moved. Child of endless night, the Baron said, his voice a low rumble. We have been waiting for you. Harry met his gaze without flinching. I know, he said. I've been waiting for you, too. The Baron's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. You know what you are. I know what I'm becoming, Harry corrected. And I know that you and the other ghosts can help me get there. The Baron stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. When you're ready, seek me out. I'll be waiting. And then he was gone, floating back to his place at the staff table. Harry watched him go, his mind already racing with possibilities. The feast ended, and the students were led to their common rooms. The Slytherin dormitory was located in the dungeons, a series of dark, luxurious rooms that seemed to absorb the light. The common room was decorated in green and silver, with a crackling fire that cast dancing shadows across the walls. Harry's room was smaller than he had expected, but comfortable. A four-poster bed stood against one wall, its hangings dark and heavy. A desk sat beneath a window that looked out into the depths of the lake, where the water creatures moved in the distance. He sat down on the bed, looking around the room that would be his home for the next 7 years. It was strange to think that he was here, finally, in the place where his destiny would be shaped. "There you are," a voice said from the doorway, and Harry looked up to see a familiar face. "Wednesday," he said, his voice filled with surprise. "What are you doing here?" Wednesday stepped into the room, her dark braids swinging behind her. "I promised I would visit, didn't I? I'm a woman of my word." "But how?" "The secret passages," she said, her expression smug. "The castle is full of them. I've been exploring them for years. When I heard you were coming, I decided to take a tour." "I see." Harry smiled, genuinely happy to see her. "It's good to see you. I didn't expect you so soon. I wanted to make sure you were settling in properly." Wednesday looked around the room, her nose wrinkling slightly. "The decor could use some work. There's far too much color." "I'll adjust it as I see fit," Harry promised. "But first, I need to figure out what's going on in this castle. There are secrets here, things that even Dumbledore doesn't know about." "I know," Wednesday said, her voice dropping to something almost conspiratorial. "The Addams family has been investigating Hogwarts for centuries. There are chambers beneath the school that predate the founders, ancient powers that have been waiting for someone like you. The ghosts have been telling me the same thing. Then listen to them. They're connected to the ancient magic in ways that the living can't understand." Wednesday crossed to the window, her eyes tracing the movement of the water creatures beyond the glass. "Whatever you find, Harry, be careful. The darkness is powerful, but it's also unpredictable. It doesn't always give you what you want." "It gives me what I need," Harry said, his voice soft. "That's what matters." Wednesday turned back to him, her expression softening slightly. "You've grown, Harry. You've grown into exactly who you were meant to be." "I had the best teachers," Harry said, returning her smile. "I couldn't have done it without you. Flattery will get you everywhere." Wednesday moved to the door, pausing at the threshold. "I'll be watching, Harry. If you need me, call. I'll be there." And then she was gone, disappearing into the shadows as if she had never been there. Harry sat alone in his room, the darkness pressing in around him. But for the first time in his life, he didn't feel alone. The shadows were with him, just as they had always been. And they would never leave him. "All right," he murmured to himself, his voice filled with quiet determination. "Let's see what Hogwarts has to offer." The shadows around him began to dance, responding to his will. End of chapter 4. #The boy who smiled at darkness. ## chapter 5. The morning after the sorting ceremony, Harry Addams woke to find a small, skeletal hand resting on his pillow. He blinked at it, his sleep-fogged mind trying to process what he was seeing. The hand was attached to an arm that extended into the shadows beside his bed, and as he watched, it wiggled its fingers in a cheerful greeting. "Thing," Harry said, his voice carrying a note of fond exasperation. "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be at the mansion." The hand made a series of gestures that Harry had learned to interpret over the years. Your mother sent me to check on you. She wanted to make sure you were adjusting properly, I'm adjusting fine," Harry said, sitting up in bed. "The castle is magnificent. The shadows are responsive. The ghosts are interesting." Thing tapped his shoulder, then pointed toward the window. Harry followed the gesture and saw that the lake had cleared overnight, revealing the murky depths below. Something large and shadowy moved in the darkness, and Harry felt a thrill of recognition. "The giant squid," he murmured. "I've read about it. It's supposed to be a guardian of the school's secrets." Thing nodded, then made a gesture that indicated curiosity. "I'll find out," Harry promised. "Eventually. But first, I need to get to breakfast. The first day of classes is important, and I don't want to be late." Thing made a gesture that was clearly dismissive, the hand equivalent of rolling its eyes, and then scuttled away into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Harry smiled, shaking his head. Thing had always been fiercely protective of him, and it seemed that being at Hogwarts wasn't going to change that. He dressed quickly, choosing robes that were dark and impeccably tailored. The Slytherin colors suited him, he thought, the green and silver accents complemented his pale skin and dark hair. He looked like he belonged in the dungeons, like he had been born to wear the serpent's mark. The common room was already bustling with students when he arrived, and Harry was immediately struck by the way they seemed to watch him. There was curiosity in their gazes, yes, but also something else, a wariness that suggested they sensed something different about him. "Mornin', Addams," a boy called out. "You sleep well?" "Well enough," Harry replied, his voice calm. "The dungeons have a certain atmosphere." The boy laughed, a sound that was surprisingly genuine. "You'll get used to it. The Slytherin dormitories are the best in the school, if you ask me. The other houses don't know what they're missing." Harry made his way to the great hall, where the breakfast tables were already laden with food. He took his seat at the Slytherin table, and the other students immediately began to engage him in conversation. "So," a girl asked, leaning in close. "Is it true your family practices dark magic? There have been rumors, you know, since you arrived." Harry took a sip of his pumpkin juice, his expression unreadable. "My family practices all kinds of magic," he said carefully. "We believe that knowledge shouldn't be limited by arbitrary rules. But we also believe in using that knowledge responsibly. That's what separates us from people who use magic for destructive purposes." The girls seemed satisfied with this answer, though Harry noticed that several of the other students were still watching him with expressions of wariness. "Interesting philosophy," a voice said from behind him. "I wonder if it's one you'll maintain when you're faced with the realities of this school." Harry turned to see a professor approaching, a tall, severe-looking woman with dark hair and an expression that suggested she had seen everything and been impressed by none of it. Her robes were practical and undecorated, and her eyes missed nothing. "You must be Professor McGonagall," Harry said, rising to his feet. "It's an honor to meet you." McGonagall's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, at his manners. "Indeed. I've heard about you, Mr. Addams. The family that raised you is unusual." "We prefer distinctive," Harry said, echoing his words from the train. "But yes, we're not like most magical families. I've noticed." McGonagall's voice was dry, but not unkind. "I hope you'll find Hogwarts to be a place where you can grow and learn. We have a long tradition of accepting students from all backgrounds." "I'm sure I will," Harry said. "I'm looking forward to exploring everything the school has to offer." McGonagall studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Very well. You have potions first, with Professor Snape. I suggest you don't be late." She walked away, leaving Harry standing in the middle of the great hall with the feeling that he had just passed some kind of test. The Slytherin students around him were staring with expressions of shocked admiration. "Merlin's beard," one of them breathed. "You just stood your ground against McGonagall. She's terrifying." "She seemed perfectly pleasant to me," Harry said mildly, returning to his seat. "But I appreciate the warning." Potions class was held in the dungeons, a cold, dark room filled with the smell of various ingredients. Harry arrived early, taking a seat at the front of the room, and watched as the other students filed in. The Slytherins took their places with practiced ease, while the Gryffindors sat on the other side of the room, their expressions ranging from anxious to defiant. Harry noted the divisions with interest. They were more pronounced than he had expected, a reflection of the school's long history of inter-house rivalry. Professor Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing behind him. He was a man of imposing presence, with greasy black hair and an expression of permanent disdain. His eyes swept the room, taking in every student with a glance. "I have not called for questions," he said, his voice a silken drawl. "The recipe is written on the board. You will follow it exactly. Any deviation will result in a grade of 0. The students began working immediately, their hands moving with practiced efficiency. Harry watched the proceedings, his keen eyes taking in the details of the potion. He had been brewing potions since he was 5, under Uncle Fester's enthusiastic tutelage, and this recipe was child's play. He worked quickly, adding ingredients with the precision of someone who had been doing this for years. His potion began to glow a faint blue, just as the recipe had predicted, and he felt a small sense of satisfaction. "Impressive, Mr. Addams." Harry looked up to find Snape standing at his table, his expression unreadable. The professor was studying his potion with a look that might have been respect. "I've been brewing since I was a child," Harry said, keeping his voice modest. "My family believes in practical education." "Clearly." Snape's eyes met his, and Harry felt a flash of something, a connection, perhaps, or a shared recognition of the darkness that lay within them both. "I've heard your name before, Mr. Addams. The Addams family is well known in certain circles." "I'm sure they are," Harry said carefully. "We have a long history." "Indeed." Snape paused, his expression flickering. "I would be interested to know more about your family's approach to magic. Particularly the more esoteric aspects." Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Was Snape offering an alliance? Or was this a test of some kind? "I would be happy to share what I know," he said carefully. "My family has always believed that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded." Snape nodded, his expression still unreadable. "We shall speak again, Mr. Addams. For now, continue your work." Harry turned back to his potion, his mind racing. The professor's interest was unexpected, but not unwelcome. Having an ally on the faculty could be invaluable in the days ahead. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and introductions. Harry attended Charms, Transfiguration, and History of Magic, absorbing each lesson with the attention of someone who understood that knowledge was power. He made no friends, he wasn't interested in friendship, at least not yet, but he made contacts, learning the names and faces of the students who might prove useful in the future. By the time the dinner hour arrived, Harry was beginning to feel the weight of the day. He found himself a seat at the Slytherin table, his eyes scanning the room with practiced ease. And then the Sorting Hat spoke. "Mr. Addams," it said, its voice carrying across the great hall. "I wish to speak with you." The room fell silent. Harry looked up to see the Sorting Hat sitting on its stool, its fabric mouth moving as it spoke. "I see I'm not the only one who's noticed the power within you," the Hat continued. "But there's something else, isn't there? Something that even I didn't see." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his voice cautious. "I mean the darkness that surrounds you, Mr. Addams. It's not just part of you, it's woven into your very soul. You're not just a student who happens to have dark magic. You're a living embodiment of the shadows themselves." The great hall erupted in whispers. Harry felt the eyes of every student and professor on him, their gazes filled with a mixture of fear, curiosity, and speculation. "I don't understand," he said, keeping his voice steady. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying that you're the one the ancient prophecies spoke of," the Hat replied. "The child of endless night. The one who will shape the future of magic itself. You are the boy who smiled at darkness, and the darkness smiled back." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The Hat's words were confirmation of everything he had suspected, everything the ghosts and shadows had been telling him. But hearing them spoken aloud, in front of the entire school, changed everything. "I see," he said softly. "I suppose there's no hiding it now." "There is no hiding what you are," the hat agreed. "But there is also no shame in it, Mr. Addams. The darkness is not evil, it is simply power, waiting to be used. And you have more of it than anyone in this room." The whispers grew louder, and Harry saw Dumbledore rise from his seat, his expression troubled. The headmaster's eyes were fixed on Harry, and there was something in them that might have been fear. "Thank you for the clarification," Harry said to the hat, his voice carrying across the silent hall. "I appreciate your honesty." He returned to his seat, the silence pressing in around him. Across the room, he could see the Gryffindor students whispering among themselves, their expressions ranging from fear to outright hostility. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were similarly unsettled, their eyes wide with shock. But the Slytherins were different. The Slytherins were watching him with expressions of approval and respect, their eyes gleaming with understanding. They knew what the hat's words meant: Harry Addams was more than just a student. He was a force to be reckoned with. "Well played, Addams," Draco murmured, leaning in close. "That was magnificent." "I didn't plan it," Harry said truthfully. "But I appreciate the sentiment." "We'll need to talk later," Draco continued. "There are things you need to know, things my father would want me to share." Harry nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. The hat's revelation had changed everything. He was no longer just a student, he was a symbol, a figure to be feared or revered depending on one's perspective. And he was determined to use that to his advantage. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Harry threw himself into his studies, his natural brilliance becoming increasingly apparent to his professors. But he also spent his evenings exploring the school, discovering the secret passages and hidden rooms that had been waiting for him. The ghosts of Hogwarts had taken a particular interest in him, appearing at odd moments to offer guidance and information. The Bloody Baron was his most constant companion, appearing in the Slytherin common room at all hours to share the secrets of the ancient castle. "Did you know there are chambers beneath the school that predate the founders?" the Baron asked him one evening. "They were built by the ancient magical people who lived on this land before the castle was constructed." "I've heard whispers," Harry said, his eyes shining with interest. "What's in them?" "Powers," the Baron replied. "Ancient powers that have been sleeping for thousands of years. They're waiting for someone to awaken them, someone who can handle the responsibility of wielding them." "The child of endless night," Harry murmured. "Exactly." The Baron's expression was serious. "You are the one they've been waiting for, Harry. The one who can speak to the shadows and command the ancient magic. The one who can bring balance to a world that has lost its way." "What do you need from me?" Harry asked, his voice steady. "What do the ancient powers want?" "They want you to be what you were meant to be. They want you to master the darkness and use it to reshape the world." The Baron's form flickered, and for a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of something ancient and terrible behind the ghostly face. "They want you to become the greatest wizard the world has ever seen." Harry considered this, his mind racing with possibilities. The path ahead was clear: he would embrace the darkness, master the ancient powers, and reshape the magical world in his image. It was exactly what his family had been preparing him for his entire life. "What about Voldemort?" he asked, his voice quiet. "What happens when he returns?" The Baron's eyes narrowed. "Voldemort is a pretender, a shadow of what you will become. He fears the darkness because he can't control it. But you were born to rule it." "Then I'll face him when the time comes," Harry said, his voice filled with quiet confidence. "And I'll show him what true power looks like." The Baron bowed his head, a gesture of respect. "I look forward to watching it, Harry. And I will be with you, always." The rumors about Harry spread quickly through the school. By the end of his first month, he was known by every student, every professor, every ghost. "The boy who smiled at darkness," they called him. The child of endless night. The one who was destined to become the most powerful wizard in existence. Some students feared him. Others revered him. And a select few, began to seek him out, drawn by the power that surrounded him like a living thing. Daphne Greengrass was the first. She was a quiet girl, elegant and composed, with eyes that missed nothing. She approached Harry in the library one afternoon, her expression as unreadable as his own. "Harry Addams," she said, her voice cool and measured. "I've been wanting to speak with you for some time." "Have you?" Harry asked, looking up from his book. "I'm flattered." "Don't be." Daphne took a seat opposite him, her hands folded neatly on the table. "I'm not here to flatter you. I'm here because I believe we can help each other." "How so?" Daphne leaned forward, her eyes glinting. "I know what you are, Harry. I've heard the rumors, the whispers. The child of endless night. The one who will reshape the world." She paused, her expression flickering. "My family has been waiting for someone like you for generations. We've been waiting for the right opportunity to ally ourselves with true power. And you think I'm that opportunity? I think you're the beginning of something bigger." Daphne's voice was soft but intense. "The magical world is changing, Harry. The old powers are rising, and the ancient families are preparing for the shift. If you want to be at the center of that shift, you'll need allies." "Allies," Harry repeated, his voice thoughtful. "And what would you want in return for your allegiance?" Daphne smiled, a small, controlled expression. "A place at your side. A voice in your councils. A guarantee that the Greengrass family will prosper when the world changes." Harry considered this, his eyes studying the girl across from him. She was smart, calculating, and clearly ambitious. The kind of ally who would be useful in the battles ahead. "I think we can come to an agreement," he said. "Carefully. But I need to know more about your family. About what they can offer me." "Everything," Daphne said simply. "I'll tell you everything." And so began the first of many alliances. Theodore Knott was next. He was different from Daphne, quieter, more reserved, but no less ambitious. He approached Harry after a particularly difficult defense against the dark arts class, his expression thoughtful. "That was impressive," he said, falling into step beside Harry. "You're better at defensive magic than anyone in our year." "I've had practice," Harry replied. "My family believes in preparedness." "Your family believes in power," Theodore corrected. "My father has spoken of them. He says they're one of the few families in Britain who truly understand what magic is." "Your father sounds like a wise man." "He is." Theodore's expression flickered. "He's also been watching you, Harry. Watching to see what you'll become." "And what does he think I'll become?" Theodore paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. "He thinks you'll become the greatest wizard the world has ever seen. And he wants our family to be part of that future." Harry studied the boy, his instincts telling him that this was a genuine offer. Theodore was not just ambitious, he was loyal, the kind of ally who would stand by you in the darkest moments. "I'm willing to give your family a chance," Harry said carefully. "But I need to know that you'll be trustworthy." "Anything," Theodore promised. "I'll do anything to prove myself." Luna Lovegood was the most unexpected of Harry's allies. She found him in the courtyard one afternoon, her expression dreamy, her eyes carrying the wisdom of someone who saw the world differently than everyone else. "Hello," she said, her voice soft and melodic. "You're the one everyone's talking about. The child of endless night." "I'm Harry Addams," Harry said, his voice cautious. "Who are you?" "Luna Lovegood." She smiled, her expression open and trusting. "I know who you really are, Harry. I can see you the way the Nargles see you." "Which is?" "The way the world will see you someday." She took a step closer, her eyes shining. "You're not just the darkness. You're the shadow that gives form to the light. The one who will bring balance to a world that's forgotten what balance means. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. Luna's words were cryptic, but there was truth in them, a truth that resonated with something deep inside him. I don't understand what you're saying, he admitted. But I'm willing to learn. Good. Luna's smile widened. Because you're going to need friends, Harry. Friends who understand what you truly are. Are you offering to be one of those friends? Of course. She reached out, her hand brushing against his. I've been waiting for you, you know. Waiting for the one who can see the world as I do. Harry looked at her, his expression unreadable. There was something about Luna that was different from the others, a purity, a sincerity that was rare in the magical world. I accept, he said simply. I'd be honored to call you a friend. Harry stood on the edge of the forbidden forest, the shadows of the trees reaching out to him like welcoming arms. Behind him, the castle glowed with the light of 1,000 candles, a beacon of tradition and safety that seemed so removed from the darkness that called to him. He had changed in the weeks since his arrival. The confidence that his family had instilled in him had grown, feeding on the power that surrounded him at Hogwarts. The ghosts recognized him, the shadows obeyed him, and the ancient magic of the school had begun to respond to his presence. But there was still so much he didn't understand. The prophecies, the visions, the ancient chambers that waited beneath the castle. And Dumbledore, with his knowing eyes and his careful manipulations. You've come far, Harry. Harry turned to see Wednesday, standing in the shadows of the trees. She was dressed in black, her braids swinging behind her, and she wore a smile that was almost pleased. I've only just begun, Harry replied. There's so much more to learn. There always is. Wednesday stepped closer, her eyes meeting his. But you have the tools now, Harry. The knowledge, the allies, the power. You're exactly where you were meant to be. Where is that, Wednesday? What am I meant to become? Wednesday paused, her expression shifting. You're meant to become the wizard who will reshape the world. The one who will bring darkness and light into balance. The one who will be feared and loved in equal measure. That's a heavy burden, Harry said softly. It is, Wednesday agreed. But you were born to carry it. Harry was silent for a long moment, the darkness pressing in around him. Then he smiled, a small, confident expression that showed the world that he wasn't afraid. Then I'll carry it, he said. I'll become what I was meant to be. And I'll never look back. Wednesday smiled, a rare expression of approval. That's my brother. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. She faded into the darkness, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The castle loomed in the distance, a bastion of tradition and order. But beneath it, Harry could feel something stirring, ancient powers that had been waiting for him, secrets that were ready to be revealed. He turned back toward the school, his eyes fixed on the future. The game was just beginning. End of Chapter 5. #Friends of Shadows. #Chapter 6. The library at Hogwarts was a cathedral of knowledge, its towering shelves stretching toward a ceiling that seemed to disappear into shadow. Dust motes danced in the shafts of pale light that filtered through the high windows, and the air carried the scent of ancient parchment and forgotten magic. It was Harry's favorite place in the castle, a sanctuary where he could lose himself in the accumulated wisdom of centuries. He sat at a table in the restricted section, surrounded by books that would have made most students blanch with fear. The volumes were bound in leather that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, their pages filled with spells and rituals that had been banned by the ministry for generations. But Harry felt no fear as he read, only a growing sense of understanding. The darkness was calling to him, and he was answering. Still reading those old things, Addams? Harry looked up to see Daphne Greengrass approaching, her expression carefully neutral. She had become a regular presence in his life over the past few weeks, a quiet companion who seemed to understand him in ways that the others didn't. They're not old things, Harry replied, closing the book he had been reading. They're treasures. Knowledge that the ministry would rather we forget. Daphne took a seat opposite him, her eyes scanning the titles on the cover. The Chronicles of Ancient Bloodlines, she read aloud. That's ambitious reading for a first year. My family has always believed in ambitious reading. Harry's smile was thin. Besides, I'm not like the other first years. No, Daphne agreed, her voice soft. You're not. She was silent for a moment, her eyes fixed on the book in Harry's hands. Then she spoke, her voice carrying a note of seriousness. There's something I need to tell you, Harry. Something that might be important. Go on. It's about the Greengrass family archives. My father has been researching the ancient bloodlines for years, trying to understand where our family fits into the larger picture of magical history. And he's found something. Something that might be connected to you. Harry leaned forward, his interest piqued. What did he find? He found references to a bloodline that predates the founders. A bloodline that was thought to be extinct, but that still carries traces in certain families. The Addams family, my father believes, is one of those families. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. What does that mean? It means that your family's power isn't just dark magic, Daphne said, her voice almost a whisper. It's ancient magic. The kind that existed before the ministry, before Hogwarts, before the very concept of wizarding society. You carry something in your blood, Harry, that most people can't even imagine. What else did your father find? Daphne hesitated, her eyes meeting his. He found references to a prophecy. An ancient prophecy that speaks of a child of darkness who will unite the ancient bloodlines and reshape the magical world. A child who will be raised by darkness and become its master. Harry felt his heart begin to race. The prophecy again. It seemed to follow him everywhere, a shadow that clung to his every step. And he thinks I'm that child. I think, Daphne said carefully, that the prophecy has been waiting for someone like you. Someone who was raised in darkness, who understands its power, who isn't afraid to embrace it. Someone who can bring the ancient families together. Harry sat back in his chair, his mind racing. The implications were staggering. If the prophecy was true, if he really was the one who was meant to unite the ancient bloodlines, then everything he had been preparing for his entire life was finally falling into place. Your father, he said slowly. Does he want to be part of this? Part of what's coming? Daphne's expression flickered with something that might have been hope. He wants to be part of whatever you're building, Harry. He wants the Greengrass family to be at the forefront of the new world. Then tell him he's welcome. Harry's voice was firm. But he needs to understand something. I'm not building a new version of the old world. I'm building something different. Something that won't be controlled by the old families or the ministry or anyone else. Daphne nodded slowly. I understand. He'll understand too. Good. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. Then we have an understanding. Theodore Nott found Harry in the library an hour later, his expression more animated than usual. I've found something, he said, dropping into the chair beside Harry. Something that might interest you. What is it? There are passages in the castle that even the ghosts don't know about. Places that have been sealed for centuries, hidden behind wards that only respond to ancient magic. Theodore's voice was filled with excitement. My father told me about them. He said they were built by the original magical people who lived on this land, before Hogwarts was ever constructed. Harry leaned forward, his interest piqued. Where are they? The entrance is in the dungeons. Behind a wall that looks like solid stone, but isn't. Theodore's eyes met Harry's. I've been trying to open it for weeks, but nothing works. The wards are too strong for normal magic. Normal magic, Harry repeated, a slow smile spreading across his face. But I'm not normal, am I? No, Theodore agreed. You're not. Harry rose from his seat, his decision made. Show me. The dungeons of Hogwarts were a labyrinth of dark corridors and forgotten chambers. Harry and Theodore moved through them with practiced ease, their footsteps silent on the cold stone floor. The torches cast dancing shadows that seemed to reach for Harry as he passed, a silent greeting from the darkness he commanded. It's here, Theodore said, stopping before a wall that appeared to be solid stone. My father said the entrance is hidden behind a ward that requires ancient magic to open. Harry stepped forward, his hand reaching out to touch the stone. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt something shift, a pulse of power that rippled through the wall like a wave. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. He closed his eyes, focusing on the power that slept within him. The shadows in the corridor began to writhe, reaching toward the wall like they were trying to penetrate its surface. Harry felt the ancient magic respond to his presence, rising to meet him like an old friend. Open, he commanded, his voice carrying a power that he hadn't known he possessed. The wall shimmered, then faded, revealing a passage that stretched into darkness. Harry stepped through without hesitation, Theodore following close behind. The passage led to a chamber that was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. The walls were covered in ancient runes, their meanings lost to time, and the floor was inlaid with a pattern of stars and constellations. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal lay a book. An ancient grimoire, Harry breathed, crossing to the pedestal. I've read about these. They contain knowledge that's been lost for millennia. Theodore's eyes were wide with wonder. What does it say? Harry opened the book, his fingers tracing the ancient symbols on the page. The words were old, older than anything he had ever read, but somehow he could understand them. The knowledge flowed into him like water, filling the gaps in his understanding. It's a record of the ancient bloodlines, he said slowly. Their powers, their rituals, their connections to the darkness. It's everything I've been searching for. Theodore moved closer, peering at the pages. Can you use it? Can you understand it? I'm beginning to. Harry looked up, his eyes gleaming with power. This is just the beginning, Theodore. There's so much more to learn. So much more to become. The news of Harry's discovery spread quickly through the Slytherin common room. The ancient grimoire was discussed in hushed whispers, its contents debated and analyzed by the students who had allied themselves with Harry. This changes everything, Draco said, his voice filled with excitement. If you can access the ancient magic, you'll have power that no one else can match. It's not just about power, Harry said, his voice calm. It's about understanding. The ancient magic isn't something to be feared or controlled. It's something to be respected and used wisely. Wise? Blaise Zabini raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Since when did anyone in this room care about being wise? Since I started leading this group, Harry replied, his voice carrying a note of finality. I'm not building a force of reckless power seekers. I'm building a new world, one that will be guided by principles, not just ambition. The other students fell silent, their expressions shifting from skepticism to respect. Harry had a way of speaking that made even the most cynical among them believe in his vision. What do you need from us? Draco asked, his voice subdued. How can we help? I need you to be my eyes and ears, Harry said. Watch the other students, the professors, everyone who might try to interfere with what we're building. Report to me anything unusual, anything that might suggest someone is working against us. And the ancient magic? Blaise asked. What happens when you've mastered it? Harry smiled, a small, dangerous expression. When I've mastered it, I'll show the magical world what true power looks like. The next few weeks were a blur of activity. Harry spent every spare moment in the ancient chamber, studying the grimoire and practicing the rituals it described. The shadows responded to his commands more readily than ever, and he could feel the ancient magic growing stronger within him. But the most significant development came when the ghosts of the castle began to treat him like royalty. It started with the Bloody Baron, who appeared in the common room one evening with a message. "The ancient spirits wish to speak with you," he said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "They sense the power growing within you, and they want to offer their allegiance." Harry looked up from his book, his interest piqued. "What kind of allegiance?" "The kind that comes with power," the Baron replied. "The ancient spirits are the guardians of the old magic. They've been waiting for someone worthy to command them." Harry rose from his seat, his decision made. "Take me to them." The Baron led him through the castle's hidden passages, past rooms that Harry had never seen and corridors that seemed to exist outside of time. Finally, they emerged in a chamber that was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, a space that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once, the walls shimmering with an impossible light. And there, waiting for him, were the ancient spirits. They were beings of pure shadow, their forms shifting and changing as they moved. They surrounded Harry like a protective cocoon, their voices whispering in his mind. "Child of endless night," they said, their words carrying the weight of ages. "We have been waiting for you." Harry stood tall, his eyes meeting their gazes. "I know," he said. "I've felt your presence since I arrived." "You have been chosen," the spirits continued. "Chosen to carry the ancient power, to unite the bloodlines, to reshape the world. Will you accept this burden?" Harry paused, considering the question. The weight of the spirit's words was immense, a responsibility that would shape the course of his entire life. "I accept," he said finally. "I accept the burden, the power, and the duty. I will carry the ancient magic and use it to create a better world." The spirits seemed to brighten, their shadows growing deeper and more intense. "Then we pledge our allegiance to you, child of endless night. We will serve you, guide you, and protect you. Until the end of time." Harry felt the power of their words settle over him, a weight that was both heavy and liberating. He had been accepted by the ancient spirits, chosen to carry their legacy into the future. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft. "I won't let you down." The news of Harry's alliance with the ancient spirits spread quickly through the school. Students who had been skeptical of his power began to take him more seriously, and even the professors started to treat him with a new respect. Dumbledore, however, remained a concern. "Headmaster," Harry said, approaching the old wizard after a particularly difficult potions class. "I was hoping to speak with you." Dumbledore turned, his blue eyes meeting Harry's. "Of course, Mr. Addams. How can I help you?" "I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to attend Hogwarts," Harry said, his voice carefully neutral. "It's been an educational experience." Dumbledore's expression flickered, a flash of something that might have been suspicion. "I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Addams. I know that your arrival has been somewhat unusual." "Unusual is one word for it." Harry's smile was thin. "But I've always believed that unusual is better than ordinary. An interesting philosophy." Dumbledore paused, his eyes studying Harry with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. "I wonder, Mr. Addams, what you hope to accomplish during your time at Hogwarts." Harry met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. "I hope to become the wizard I was meant to be," he said simply. "That's all." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly, a gesture that seemed to carry more weight than Harry had expected. "Very well, Mr. Addams. I wish you success in your endeavors." Harry returned the nod, then turned to leave. But as he walked away, he could feel Dumbledore's eyes on him, watching him with a wariness that was only growing stronger. The Slytherin common room was buzzing with excitement when Harry returned. The other students had heard about his alliance with the ancient spirits, and they were eager to learn more. "Is it true?" Draco asked, his voice filled with awe. "The ancient spirits really pledged their allegiance to you?" "It's true," Harry confirmed, taking his seat at the center of the room. "They recognize the power that flows through me, and they're willing to help me carry it." "What does that mean for the rest of us?" Theodore asked. How will it affect our place in the new world? It means that you're all part of something bigger, Harry said, his voice carrying a note of authority. I'm not building this new world alone. I'm building it with all of you. The ancient spirits are just one more piece of the puzzle. The students exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from excitement to something that might have been fear. Harry understood their emotions. Change was always difficult, even when it offered the promise of a better future. Trust me, he said, his voice softening. I won't lead you astray. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like a blanket. Harry felt the power of their trust, and he knew that he would not betray it. Later that evening, Harry sat in his room, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. The ancient grimoire lay open on his desk, its pages glowing with a faint light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. There was so much to learn, so much to become. The path ahead was long and difficult, but Harry knew that he was ready for it. He had the power, the knowledge, and the allies he needed to succeed. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts, and he looked up to see Theodore standing in the doorway. We found something else, Theodore said, his voice filled with excitement. Another chamber. Deeper than the first. Harry rose from his chair, his interest piqued. Show me. The new chamber was located even deeper beneath the castle, in a part of the dungeons that Harry had never seen. The walls were covered in the same ancient runes, and the floor was inlaid with a pattern of stars that seemed to move as they watched. Another grimoire, Theodore breathed, pointing to the pedestal at the center of the room. Harry crossed to the pedestal, his fingers tracing the symbols on the book's cover. The magic that pulsed from it was even stronger than the first, a power that seemed to sing in his blood. This one is different, he said slowly. It contains rituals. Rituals that can strengthen the ancient magic. Theodore's eyes widened. You mean we can actually learn to control the power? To use it? That's exactly what I mean. Harry looked up, his eyes gleaming with purpose. This is the key, Theodore. The key to everything we've been working toward. He opened the grimoire, and the words flowed into him like a river of light. The rituals were complex, more powerful than anything he had learned before, but Harry understood them instinctively. They were meant for someone like him, someone who had been raised in darkness, who had learned to love its power. This is where it all begins, he murmured. This is where I become what I was meant to be. The following weeks were a time of intense focus and preparation. Harry threw himself into the rituals of the ancient grimoire, practicing the spells and incantations until they became second nature. The shadows responded to him more readily than ever, dancing at his command and revealing the secrets of the ancient magic. The other students watched him with a mixture of awe and fear, their whispers following him wherever he went. He was becoming a legend in his own right, the boy who had been raised by darkness and had chosen to embrace it. But there was still so much he didn't know. The ancient spirits had promised to guide him, but they were also secretive, revealing their knowledge only when they believed he was ready. The time is coming, the spirits told him one evening. The darkness is growing stronger, and the world is preparing for its next great change. You must be ready, Harry. You must be ready to lead. I am ready, Harry said, his voice firm. I've been preparing for this my entire life. Then prepare yourself further, the spirits replied. The challenges ahead will test you in ways you cannot imagine. You will face enemies who are powerful, allies who are treacherous, and a destiny that will demand everything you have. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine, but he didn't waver. He had come too far to turn back now. I'll face whatever comes, he said. I'll become what I was meant to be. And I'll never stop fighting. The spirits seemed to brighten, their shadows growing deeper and more intense. That is the answer we were hoping for, child of endless night. You are truly the one we have been waiting for. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. Thank you, he said. I won't let you down. The final weeks before the end of term were a whirlwind of activity. Harry threw himself into his studies, his exams, and his preparation for the summer ahead. The ancient magic was growing stronger within him, and he could feel the shadows responding to his commands with increasing power. But the most significant moment came when he received a visit from the most unexpected source. Harry Addams. Harry looked up to see Peeves, the poltergeist, hovering in the doorway of his room. The ghost was unusually subdued, his expression lacking its usual mischief. "Peeves," Harry said, his voice cautious. "What do you want?" "I want to offer my allegiance," Peeves said, his voice surprisingly serious. "I've been watching you, Harry. I've seen the power you command, the ancient magic that flows through you. And I want to be part of it." Harry studied the poltergeist, his eyes narrowing. "Why?" "Because I'm tired of being treated like a joke," Peeves said. "Tired of being underestimated, dismissed, ignored. You're the first person who's ever seen me as something more than a nuisance." Harry considered this, his instincts telling him that the poltergeist was genuine. Peeves had power, the kind of power that came from being a creature of pure chaos, and that power could be useful. "All right," Harry said finally. "I accept your allegiance. But there are conditions." "Anything," Peeves promised. "First, you'll stop pranking the students who've allied themselves with me. Second, you'll help me find information when I need it. And third—" Harry paused, his voice dropping to something almost conspiratorial. "Third, you'll help me watch Dumbledore." Peeves' expression flickered, then settled into something like approval. "Done," he said. "I'll watch the old man like a hawk. If he makes a move against you, I'll know." "Good." Harry smiled, a small, satisfied expression. "That's exactly what I needed." The end of term arrived sooner than Harry had expected. The exams were a blur of questions and answers, of spells and potions that he had mastered long before the other students had even begun to learn. His grades were exceptional, a testament to the education he had received from his family. But it wasn't the grades that mattered. It was the connections he had made, the allies he had gathered, the power he had accumulated. The foundation was laid, and Harry was ready to build on it. "This is just the beginning," he told his friends as they gathered in the common room for the final time. "Next year, everything will change. The ancient magic will grow stronger, our allies will grow more numerous, and the world will begin to see us for what we truly are." "What are we?" Daphne asked, her voice soft. "We're the future," Harry said, his eyes gleaming with purpose. "We're the ones who will reshape the magical world. We're the ones who will bring darkness and light into balance." The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like a blanket. Harry felt the power of their trust, their belief, their hope. And he knew that he would not betray it. "Thank you," he said, his voice barely audible. "Thank you for believing in me." The students nodded, their expressions filled with a mixture of awe and determination. They were ready for whatever came next, ready to follow Harry into the unknown. And Harry was ready to lead them. The train ride back to London was a blur of laughter and conversation. Harry sat in a compartment with his closest allies, their voices filling the air with plans and hopes and dreams. "You'll come back next year?" Draco asked, his voice carrying a note of anxiety. "Of course," Harry said. "I have too much to do to stay away." "What about the ancient magic?" Theodore asked. "What happens when you've mastered it?" "Then I'll move on to the next challenge," Harry said. "There's always more to learn, more to become." Luna, who had been quiet throughout the journey, looked up with her characteristic dreamy expression. "You'll be the greatest wizard the world has ever seen," she said. "I can feel it." Harry smiled, a small, private expression. "I hope so," he said. "That's what I'm working toward." The train pulled into King's Cross, and Harry gathered his things, ready to face the summer ahead. The Addams family would be waiting for him, their love and support as constant as the shadows that surrounded him. And he knew, deep in his heart, that this was only the beginning. End of chapter 6. #Secrets beneath the castle. #Chapter 7. The summer before Harry's second year at Hogwarts was unlike any he had ever experienced. The Addams mansion, always a place of shadow and mystery, had become something more, a nexus of ancient power that pulsed with the magic Harry had awakened during his first year. The walls seemed to breathe, the portraits whispered secrets in languages that predated human speech, and the shadows themselves had taken on a life of their own, dancing at Harry's command in ways that would have terrified lesser wizards. He spent his days in the mansion's deepest chambers, practicing the rituals he had discovered in the ancient grimoires beneath Hogwarts. The power that flowed through him was intoxicating, a heady mixture of darkness and light that seemed to sing in his blood. He could feel the ancient magic growing stronger with each passing day, a presence that was both comforting and terrifying in its intensity. "You're changing, Harry," Wednesday observed one evening, watching him from the doorway of his training room. "The darkness is becoming part of you in ways that even I didn't anticipate." Harry looked up from the ritual he was performing, his eyes gleaming with an inner light. "Is that a problem?" "Not a problem. An observation." Wednesday moved closer, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. "The ancient magic is powerful, Harry. More powerful than anything the magical world has seen in centuries. You need to be careful that it doesn't consume you." "I'm in control," Harry said, his voice steady. "I've always been in control." "Have you?" Wednesday's expression was unreadable. "Or has the control been an illusion?" Harry paused, considering her words. He had felt the darkness growing within him, the power that seemed to have a will of its own. But he had also felt the strength of his own will, the determination that had carried him through every challenge he had faced. "I know what I'm doing," he said finally. "The darkness is part of me, not something separate. I can control it because I am it." Wednesday studied him for a long moment, her dark eyes piercing. "I hope you're right," she said. "Because if you're wrong, the consequences could be catastrophic." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "I'm not wrong. I've never been wrong." The weeks passed, and Harry's power continued to grow. He discovered chambers beneath the mansion that he had never known existed, rooms filled with ancient artifacts and forgotten knowledge. The spirits that guarded these places recognized him as their master, bowing to his will and offering their secrets freely. "The ancient magic is awakening," one of the spirits told him. "You are its chosen vessel, Harry. The one who will carry it into the future." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "What am I supposed to do with all this power?" "You're supposed to use it," the spirit replied. "To reshape the world, to bring balance to the forces of darkness and light. You are the one who will unite the ancient bloodlines and restore magic to its former glory." Harry nodded slowly, the weight of the spirit's words settling over him. He had always known that he was destined for something great, but hearing it confirmed by the ancient spirits made it feel more real than ever. "Then I'll do it," he said. "I'll become what I was meant to be." The day of his return to Hogwarts arrived sooner than Harry had expected. The train ride was a blur of familiar faces and excited conversations, but Harry found himself distracted by the power that thrummed beneath his skin. The ancient magic was restless, eager to explore the secrets that awaited him beneath the castle. When he stepped off the train and onto the platform, he felt the darkness of Hogwarts reach out to greet him like an old friend. "Welcome back, child of endless night," the castle seemed to whisper. "We have been waiting for you." Harry smiled, a small, private expression. "I've been waiting for you, too." The feast that evening was a spectacle of food and celebration, but Harry's attention was focused on the ancient magic that pulsed beneath his feet. He could feel the chambers that awaited him, the secrets that were ready to be revealed. "Harry!" Draco appeared at his side, his expression eager. "You're back. I was worried you wouldn't return." "I told you I would," Harry said. "I have too much to do to stay away." "What have you been working on?" Draco asked, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Have you learned anything new about the ancient magic? More than you can imagine, Harry replied. But I'll share it with you when the time is right. The first week of term passed in a blur of classes and preparations. Harry threw himself into his studies, but his true focus was on the chambers that lay beneath the castle. He had discovered their locations during his explorations the previous year, and he was determined to unlock their secrets. The first chamber was deeper than anything he had explored before, located in a part of the dungeons that seemed to exist outside of time. The walls were covered in runes that glowed with a faint, pulsating light, and the air was thick with the scent of ancient magic. The Chamber of Echoes, the Bloody Baron announced, appearing at Harry's side. It was built by the ancient magical people to preserve their knowledge for future generations. What kind of knowledge? Harry asked, his eyes scanning the walls. Everything, the Baron replied. The history of the ancient bloodlines, the rituals of the old magic, the prophecies that have shaped the world. It's all here, waiting for someone worthy to read it. Harry moved deeper into the chamber, his fingers tracing the runes on the walls. The knowledge flowed into him like water, filling the gaps in his understanding and revealing secrets that had been lost for millennia. This is incredible, he breathed. Everything I've been searching for is right here. The chamber recognizes you as its master, the Baron said. You are the child of endless night, the one who was destined to unlock its secrets. Harry turned to face the ghost, his eyes gleaming with power. Then I'll unlock them. All of them. The weeks that followed were a time of discovery and growth. Harry spent every spare moment in the Chamber of Echoes, absorbing the knowledge that had been preserved for centuries. He learned about the ancient bloodlines, the rituals that could strengthen his power, and the prophecies that had shaped the magical world. But the most significant discovery came when he found a passage leading to an even deeper chamber. This is the heart of the castle, the Baron told him, his voice filled with awe. The source of Hogwarts' ancient magic. It has been sleeping for centuries, waiting for someone to awaken it. Harry moved toward the center of the chamber, where a glowing orb pulsed with a light that seemed to come from another dimension. The power that radiated from it was overwhelming, a force that threatened to consume him. But Harry didn't flinch. He reached out, his hand touching the orb's surface, and felt the ancient magic surge into him like a tidal wave. Awaken, he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of ages. Awaken and serve me. The orb pulsed once, twice, and then the magic exploded outward, filling the chamber with a light that was blinding in its intensity. Harry felt the power flow into him, transforming him in ways he couldn't fully understand. When the light faded, he was standing in the center of the chamber, his body crackling with ancient energy. The shadows around him had deepened, writhing and dancing at his command. What have you done? The Baron asked, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and fear. I've awakened the heart of the castle, Harry said, his voice calm. The ancient magic is mine to command now. The effects of Harry's awakening were felt throughout Hogwarts. The castle itself began to change, its walls pulsing with a power that had been dormant for centuries. The shadows in the corridors grew deeper, and the ghosts grew more active, their presence a constant reminder of the ancient magic that now flowed through the school. The students whispered about the changes, their fear and curiosity growing with each passing day. Some were drawn to the power, seeking out Harry in the hopes of sharing in his glory. Others were repelled, sensing something dangerous in the boy who commanded the shadows. Dumbledore watched with increasing concern. Mr. Addams, he said, summoning Harry to his office one evening. I've noticed some changes in the castle recently. Changes that seem to be connected to you. Harry met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. I've noticed them too, he said. The ancient magic is awakening. It's been sleeping for too long. And you believe you're the one to awaken it? I know I am. Harry's voice was firm. The ancient spirits have recognized me as their master. The castle itself has recognized me. I'm simply fulfilling my destiny. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his blue eyes carrying a weight that Harry couldn't fully read. "I've seen many students come through these halls, Mr. Addams. Many of them were powerful, brilliant, destined for greatness. But you are different." "Different how?" "Different in ways that even I don't fully understand." Dumbledore paused, his expression troubled. "The darkness that surrounds you is not the same as the darkness I've seen in others. It's older, more primal. The kind of darkness that existed before the concept of good and evil." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "That's because I don't believe in good and evil. I believe in power, and in using it wisely." "A dangerous philosophy," Dumbledore observed. "One that has led many wizards down a path of destruction." "Only because they didn't understand the power they were wielding," Harry replied. "I understand it. I was raised to understand it." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his eyes searching Harry's face. Then he nodded slowly, a gesture that seemed to carry more weight than Harry had expected. "Very well, Mr. Addams. I will not interfere with your pursuits. But I caution you to be careful. The ancient magic is not something to be taken lightly." "I never take anything lightly," Harry said. "I take everything seriously. That's how I survive." The ancient magic continued to grow stronger, and Harry found himself being drawn deeper into the secrets of the castle. He discovered chambers that had been sealed for centuries, filled with artifacts and knowledge that would have made the ministry weep with envy. But the most significant discovery came when he found the Hall of Shadows. It was located in the deepest part of the castle, a place that seemed to exist outside of time and space. The walls were made of pure shadow, and the air was thick with a power that made Harry's skin tingle. "The Hall of Shadows," the Bloody Baron announced, his voice filled with reverence. "It was built by the original magical people to honor the darkness. They believed that the shadows were alive, that they contained the souls of the Ancient Ones." Harry moved into the hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The shadows reached out to him, wrapping around him like a protective cocoon. "I feel them," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The Ancient Ones. They're here, watching me." "They have been watching you since the day you were born," the Baron confirmed. "They knew you were coming." Harry paused, his eyes scanning the hall. "What do they want from me?" "They want you to complete the cycle," the Baron replied. "To bring balance to the darkness and the light. To become the wizard you were meant to be." Harry nodded slowly, the weight of the Baron's words settling over him. "Then I'll do it," he said. "I'll become what I was meant to be." The shadows in the hall began to move, coalescing into forms that were almost human. They gathered around Harry, their voices whispering in his mind. "Child of endless night," they said, their words carrying the weight of ages. "We have been waiting for you." "I know," Harry said. "I've felt your presence since the day I arrived at Hogwarts." "You are the one we have been waiting for," the shadows continued. "The one who will carry the ancient magic into the future. The one who will unite the bloodlines and reshape the world." "What do I need to do?" Harry asked. "You need to embrace the power within you. To accept the darkness as part of yourself. To become the master of the shadows." Harry felt the power surge through him, the ancient magic responding to the shadow's call. He opened himself to it, letting it flow into every part of his being. "I embrace it," he said. His voice firm. "I accept the darkness. I accept the power. I will become what I was meant to be." The shadows seemed to brighten, their forms growing more distinct and more powerful. "Then you are truly the child of endless night," they said. "The one who will bring balance to the world." Harry emerged from the Hall of Shadows transformed. The power that flowed through him was stronger than ever, and he could feel the ancient magic responding to his every command. The shadows in the castle seemed to reach for him, eager to serve their master. "I've done it," he said, his voice filled with triumph. "I've awakened the ancient magic. I've become what I was meant to be." His friends gathered around him, their expressions filled with awe and admiration. They could feel the power radiating from him, the darkness that had become part of his very soul. "What happens now?" Daphne asked, her voice soft. "Now we prepare," Harry said. "The world is changing, and we need to be ready for it." "What do you mean?" Theodore asked. "What's going to happen?" "The ancient magic is awakening," Harry replied. "The bloodlines are stirring. The darkness is rising. And I'm going to be at the center of it all." The next few weeks were a time of intense preparation. Harry continued to explore the chambers beneath the castle, discovering new secrets and mastering new powers. The ancient spirits guided him, their knowledge flowing into him like water into a vessel. But the most significant development came when he discovered the prophesied chamber. "The Chamber of Prophecies," the Baron announced, his voice filled with reverence. "It contains the prophecies that have shaped the magical world for millennia. And one of them speaks of you." Harry moved into the chamber, his eyes scanning the rows of glowing orbs. He could feel the prophecies pulsing with power, their words waiting to be spoken. "Which one is mine?" he asked. "Follow the shadows," the Baron replied. "They will lead you to it." Harry closed his eyes, letting the darkness guide him. The shadows reached out, leading him through the chamber until he stood before a single orb. He reached out, his fingers brushing its surface, and the prophecy flowed into him like a river of light. "The child of endless night will rise," the voice said, its words echoing in his mind. "He will unite the ancient bloodlines and reshape the world. He will master the darkness and bring balance to the forces of light. And he will become the greatest wizard the world has ever seen." Harry stood in silence, the weight of the prophecy settling over him. It was everything he had expected, everything he had been preparing for his entire life. "I accept it," he said, his voice firm. "I accept the prophecy. I will become what I was meant to be." The end of the school year arrived sooner than Harry had expected. He had accomplished so much in the months since his return, discovered the ancient chambers, awakened the castle's heart, mastered the shadows. But there was still so much more to do. "You've done well, Harry," Morticia told him when he returned to the mansion for the summer. "The ancient magic is growing stronger within you." "It's becoming part of me," Harry agreed. "I can feel it in every part of my being." "That's exactly as it should be." Morticia paused, her eyes meeting his. "But there's something else, isn't there? Something you haven't told me." Harry hesitated, then nodded slowly. "The prophecy. I found it in the Chamber of Prophecies." "What did it say?" "It said I would unite the ancient bloodlines," Harry replied. "Reshape the world. Master the darkness. Become the greatest wizard the world has ever seen." Morticia was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she smiled, a small, proud expression. "Then you'll do it," she said. "You'll become what the prophecy foretold." "I will," Harry agreed. "I promise." The summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry continued to explore the ancient chambers beneath the mansion, discovering new powers and mastering new rituals. The ancient spirits guided him, their knowledge flowing into him like water into a vessel. By the time September arrived, Harry was ready for anything. The ancient magic was part of him now, as natural as breathing. The shadows responded to his every command, and the darkness welcomed him like a long-lost friend. "I'm ready," he said, standing at the entrance to the Hogwarts Express. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." His friends nodded, their expressions filled with confidence. They had seen what Harry could do, the power he commanded. They knew that he was destined for greatness. "Then let's go," Daphne said. "The castle is waiting." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "Yes," he agreed. "It is." And he stepped onto the train, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. End of chapter 7. #The Troll's Worst Mistake. Chapter 8. Halloween at Hogwarts was always a spectacle, but this year the celebration carried an undercurrent of tension that even the floating pumpkins and enchanted decorations couldn't disguise. The ancient magic that Harry had awakened was spreading through the castle like roots through soil, changing things in subtle ways that most students couldn't quite identify but could definitely feel. The corridors seemed darker than usual, the shadows deeper and more alive. The portraits had become more restless, their occupants whispering among themselves in voices that carried an edge of unease. Even the ghosts seemed agitated, their spectral forms flickering with an intensity that bordered on distress. Harry felt it all, the pulse of the castle's awakening magic beating in time with his own heartbeat. The ancient power recognized him, responded to him, and he had grown accustomed to the constant hum of energy that surrounded him at all times. It was a comfort, a reminder of the destiny that awaited him. The castle knows, he murmured to himself, standing at the window of the Slytherin common room and watching the sun set over the forbidden forest. It knows what's coming. Beautiful view, isn't it? A voice said from behind him, and Harry turned to find Luna Lovegood approaching, her expression as dreamy as ever. Luna, Harry said, his voice warming slightly. I didn't expect to see you here. I wanted to wish you a happy Halloween, Luna replied, moving to stand beside him. And to warn you. Harry's eyes narrowed. Warn me about what? There's a storm coming, Luna said, her voice carrying a note of certainty that was unusual for her. Not a normal storm. Something darker. Something that's been brewing in the shadows for a long time. Harry studied her, his instincts telling him that she was speaking the truth. Luna had always been able to see things that others couldn't, and her warnings were never to be taken lightly. What kind of storm? He asked. The kind that brings monsters, Luna replied. The kind that tests the strength of those who claim to be powerful. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't flinch. He had faced monsters before, both literal and metaphorical. He was ready for whatever came next. I'll handle it, he said, his voice firm. Whatever comes, I'll handle it. Luna smiled, a small, sad expression. I know you will, Harry. That's why I'm not afraid. The feast that evening was as elaborate as ever, the great hall transformed into a wonderland of autumnal splendor. Thousands of candles floated overhead, casting warm light across the students who were laughing and chattering around the 4 house tables. The staff table was similarly festive, with Professor Flitwick having enchanted a collection of pumpkins to dance across the ceiling. But Harry's attention was elsewhere. He could feel something building in the air, a pressure that made his skin prickle with awareness. The shadows in the corners of the hall were restless, writhing in ways that suggested they sensed something that the students couldn't. What's wrong? Daphne asked, leaning in close. You look troubled. Something's coming, Harry replied, his voice low. Something dark. I can feel it. Daphne's expression flickered with concern. What kind of something? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. Harry rose from his seat, ignoring the curious glances of the other students. He made his way toward the doors of the great hall, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Mr. Addams, a voice called out, and Harry turned to see Professor Snape approaching, his expression unreadable. Is everything all right? I'm not sure, Professor. I sense something wrong. Something in the castle. Snape's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting to something more alert. What kind of wrong? I don't know yet. But I'm going to investigate. Before Snape could respond, the doors of the great hall burst open, and a figure stumbled through. It was Professor Quirrell, his face pale with fear, his turban askew. Troll, he screamed, his voice carrying across the silent hall. There's a troll in the dungeons. A mountain troll. The hall erupted in chaos. Students screamed, chairs scraped against the floor, and the professors rose from their seats with expressions of alarm. Harry, however, remained perfectly still, his eyes fixed on Quirrell. A troll, he murmured, a slow smile spreading across his face. How predictable. The students were herded back to their common rooms, the professors organizing the evacuation with practiced efficiency. Harry, however, had no intention of following the crowd. He slipped away from the Slytherin group, moving through the chaos with the ease of someone who had navigated dark corridors his entire life. "You're going after it, aren't you?" Theodore asked, appearing at his side. "The troll. It's in the dungeons," Harry confirmed. "Which means it's near the ancient chambers. I can't risk it damaging anything important." "I'm coming with you." "No. You need to stay with the others. Make sure they're safe." Theodore's expression flickered with something that might have been disappointment, but he nodded. "Be careful, Harry. Trolls are dangerous." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "So am I." The dungeons were eerily silent, the torches casting dancing shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Harry moved through the corridors with practiced ease, his senses attuned to the slightest sound or movement. The troll, when he found it, was larger than he had expected, a massive beast with grey skin, a club-like hand, and an expression of barely contained rage. It was smashing the walls, its bellows echoing through the stone corridors. But Harry wasn't afraid. He had faced worse things in the Addams mansion, and he had been trained for exactly this kind of situation. "Hello, creature," he said, his voice carrying across the corridor. "I believe you're lost." The troll turned, its small eyes fixing on Harry. It let out a roar of rage and charged, its club raised for a killing blow. Harry didn't flinch. He raised his hand, and the shadows in the corridor responded instantly. They surged forward, wrapping around the troll's legs and arms, pulling it to the ground with a force that was impossible to resist. "You see," Harry said, walking slowly toward the struggling troll. "This is what happens when you threaten what's mine." The troll roared again, but the shadows were already rising, covering its body, suffocating it with a darkness that was absolute and consuming. "Harry," a voice called out, and Harry turned to see Hermione Granger standing at the end of the corridor, her expression a mixture of shock and fear. "What are you doing?" "Protecting the castle," Harry replied, his voice calm. "This creature was threatening the ancient chambers. I couldn't allow that." But that's dark magic," Hermione stammered. "You're using dark magic." "I'm using the magic that's part of me," Harry corrected. "The magic that I was born to wield. There's nothing dark about it." The troll was struggling now, its bellows growing weaker as the shadows tightened their grip. Harry watched without emotion, his expression unreadable. "Please," Hermione begged. "Please stop." Harry considered her request, then nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "I'll stop." He raised his hand, and the shadows released their grip, retreating back into the corners of the corridor. The troll collapsed, unconscious but alive. "Happy?" Harry asked, turning to face Hermione. Hermione stared at him, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm Harry Addams," he replied. "And I'm the one who's going to change everything." The news of Harry's defeat of the troll spread quickly through the school. Within hours, every student and professor knew that Harry Addams had single-handedly disabled the creature with a display of power that was unlike anything they had ever seen. The reactions were mixed. Some students were impressed, their admiration for Harry growing with each passing day. Others were fearful, their suspicion of the boy who commanded shadows deepening into something that bordered on terror. But Harry didn't care about their reactions. He had accomplished what he had set out to do, and that was all that mattered. "Mr. Addams," Professor McGonagall said, summoning him to her office the next morning. "I wanted to discuss what happened last night." "I was defending the castle," Harry said, his voice calm. "The troll was threatening the ancient chambers. I couldn't allow it to damage them." "The ancient chambers?" McGonagall's expression flickered with something that might have been recognition. You know about them? I know about many things, Professor. I've been exploring the castle's secrets since the day I arrived. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. You're a remarkable student, Mr. Addams. But I worry that your abilities are taking you down a path that might be dangerous. I'm not afraid of danger, Harry replied. I was raised to embrace it. Nevertheless, McGonagall said, her voice firm, I'm cautioning you to be careful. The power you wield is not something to be taken lightly. I never take anything lightly, Professor. That's how I survive. The aftermath of the troll attack brought new challenges. The Ministry of Magic had gotten wind of Harry's display of power, and they sent an investigator to assess the situation. Mr. Addams, the investigator said, a thin man with a nervous expression. I've been asked to investigate the events of Halloween night. Can you tell me what happened? I neutralized a threat to the castle, Harry replied. The troll was in the dungeons, near the ancient chambers. I couldn't allow it to cause any damage. And how exactly did you neutralize it? The shadows, Harry said simply. I used the shadows. The investigator's expression flickered with something that might have been fear. The shadows? That's dark magic, Mr. Addams. Some people would call it that. I call it power. The investigator opened his mouth to respond, but Harry continued, his voice carrying a note of warning. I suggest you drop this investigation, Mr. Investigator. The troll was a threat, and I dealt with it. There's nothing more to discuss. The investigator stared at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well, Mr. Addams. I'll make a note in my report. That would be wise. As the weeks passed, Harry's reputation continued to grow. He was no longer just the strange boy with the unusual family, he was the Dark Wizard, the Shadow Commander, the boy who had defeated a troll with nothing but his will. Some students were drawn to him, seeking his protection and guidance. Others were repelled, their fear of his power driving them to avoid him at all costs. But Harry didn't care either way. He had always known that power came with consequences, and he was prepared to face them. You're becoming a legend, Harry, Draco observed one evening, his voice filled with admiration. Everyone's talking about you. Let them talk, Harry replied. Talk doesn't matter. Only action matters. What's your next move? Theodore asked. What are you planning? The ancient chambers, Harry said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I need to explore them more thoroughly. There are secrets there that I haven't even begun to uncover. Count me in, Daphne said. Whatever you need, I'm with you. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The ancient chambers beneath the castle were more complex than Harry had initially realized. They extended for miles, a labyrinth of corridors and rooms that had been built by the original magical people. Each chamber held new secrets, new knowledge, new power. This is incredible, Theodore breathed, his eyes scanning the runes on the walls. I've never seen anything like it. Neither have I, Harry admitted. But I'm determined to understand it. He moved deeper into the chambers, his fingers tracing the runes on the walls. The magic was old, older than anything he had ever encountered, and it pulsed with a power that made his skin tingle. There's something here, he said, pausing at a doorway that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Something powerful. Are you going to open it? Daphne asked, her voice filled with a mixture of excitement and fear. Yes, Harry said, his voice firm. I'm going to open everything. He pushed the door open, and the light spilled out, filling the corridor with a warmth that seemed to come from another world. Beyond the doorway was a chamber that was unlike anything Harry had ever seen, a space that seemed to exist outside of time, where the walls pulsed with a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. The heart of the darkness, a voice whispered, and Harry turned to see a spirit that he had never encountered before. It was ancient, its form barely visible, its voice filled with a wisdom that came from a time before the concept of humanity. The heart of the darkness? Harry repeated. What is that? It's the source of all shadow magic, the spirit replied. The place where the power of the darkness was born. And it's waiting for you, child of endless night. Harry felt the weight of the spirit's words settle over him, a burden that was both heavy and liberating. He had been chosen, just as the prophecies had foretold. He was the one who would carry the darkness into the future. How do I access it? He asked. What do I need to do? You need to embrace it, the spirit replied. To accept the darkness as part of yourself. To let it flow through you and become one with you. Harry nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. The darkness wasn't something to be controlled or manipulated. It was something to be become. I'm ready, he said, his voice firm. I'm ready to embrace the darkness. He stepped into the heart of the darkness, and the power surged into him like a tidal wave. The shadows in the chamber rose up, wrapping around him, becoming part of him in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. He could feel the ancient magic flowing through his veins, transforming him into something that was more than human. I am the child of endless night, he said, his voice resonating with a power that shook the walls. I am the master of the shadows. And I will reshape the world. The darkness responded, its power surging through him in waves that seemed to have no end. When it finally subsided, Harry was changed, his eyes gleaming with an inner light, his body crackling with ancient energy. What have you become? Theodore whispered, his voice filled with awe. I've become what I was always meant to be, Harry replied. I've become the darkness. The news of Harry's transformation spread through the school like wildfire. The whispers grew louder, the rumors more elaborate. Harry Addams had become something more than a student, more than a wizard, he had become a legend, the embodiment of the power that had been sleeping beneath the castle for centuries. Dumbledore watched with growing concern. The boy had changed, his power growing exponentially with each passing day. If he wasn't careful, Harry could become a threat, not just to the school, but to the entire magical world. Harry, Dumbledore said, summoning him to his office. I need to speak with you. Of course, Headmaster, Harry replied, his voice calm and collected. The power you've been wielding, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes piercing. It's growing too fast. You need to be careful. I've always been careful, Headmaster. That's how I survive. Nevertheless, Dumbledore said, his voice firm. I'm cautioning you to be wary. The darkness is not something to be taken lightly. I don't take anything lightly, Harry replied. I take everything seriously. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly, a gesture that seemed to carry more weight than Harry had expected. Very well, Harry. I trust you to make the right decisions. Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate your trust. The school year continued, and Harry's power continued to grow. He commanded the shadows with ease, his presence in the castle a constant reminder of the ancient magic that was awakening. The students whispered his name in fear and awe, and even the professors regarded him with a mixture of respect and wariness. But Harry didn't care. He had found his purpose, and he was determined to fulfill it. I'm going to change the world, he told his friends one evening, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. I'm going to reshape everything. We believe you, Daphne said, her voice soft. We've always believed in you. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. Then we'll do it together. All of us. The shadows around them seemed to pulse, responding to his command. And in that moment, Harry knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The darkness had found its master. End of Chapter 8. Hashtag the Philosopher's Stone. Hashtag Chapter 9. The winter months at Hogwarts brought more than just snow and frost. They brought whispers of something hidden within the castle's depths, a secret so closely guarded that even the ghosts spoke of it in hushed tones. Harry had noticed the increased security around the third-floor corridor almost immediately, the way Professors Flitwick and McGonagall took turns patrolling the area, their expressions tight with suppressed anxiety. Something valuable was being protected. Something powerful. Harry's curiosity was piqued, as it always was when secrets were involved. He spent his evenings in the library, researching the history of Hogwarts and the artifacts that had been hidden within its walls over the centuries. His search led him to ancient texts that spoke of alchemy, of transformation, of the quest for immortality that had consumed so many wizards throughout history. And then he found it. The Philosopher's Stone. It was mentioned in a crumbling manuscript that had been hidden in the restricted section, its pages filled with references to a legendary artifact that could turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. The stone had been created by Nicholas Flamel, an alchemist who had supposedly achieved immortality through his creation. "It's been hidden at Hogwarts," Harry murmured, his eyes scanning the text. "Someone is trying to steal it. That's why there's so much security." He closed the book, his mind racing. The stone was a prize beyond measure, a source of power that could transform the magical world. But it was also dangerous, a temptation that could corrupt even the most well-intentioned wizard. "Interesting," he said to himself, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Very interesting." Harry's investigations into the Philosopher's Stone intensified over the following weeks. He discovered that the stone was being kept in a vault on the third floor, protected by a series of enchantments and traps that had been designed by the professors themselves. The defenses were formidable, designed to deter even the most skilled wizards. But Harry was not deterred. He had faced challenges before, and he had always emerged victorious. "Are you going to try to get it?" Theodore asked one evening, his voice filled with excitement. "The stone?" "Perhaps," Harry replied, his voice carefully neutral. "But I need to know more first. I need to understand what I'm dealing with." "What's your plan?" Daphne asked, her eyes gleaming with interest. "First, I need to talk to someone who knows more about the stone. Someone who's been at Hogwarts for a long time." "The ghosts," Theodore guessed. "They might know something." "Exactly." The Bloody Baron was waiting for him in the Slytherin common room, his spectral form flickering in the firelight. He had been unusually present recently, watching Harry's progress with an intensity that bordered on obsession. "You wish to know about the stone," the Baron said, his voice carrying a note of warning. "It is a dangerous artifact, Harry. One that has brought ruin to many wizards throughout history." "I'm not like other wizards," Harry replied. "I know how to handle power." The Baron studied him for a long moment, his transparent eyes gleaming. "You are more like the Ancient Ones than you realize. They too believed they could control the darkness." "And did they?" "Some of them. Others were consumed by it." The Baron paused, his form flickering. "The stone is hidden behind a series of enchantments that even I cannot fully penetrate. But I can tell you this, the one who seeks it is not acting alone. There is a presence in the castle, a darkness that is different from yours. Older, more desperate." Harry's eyes narrowed. "What kind of presence?" "A shadow of a shadow," the Baron replied. "A fragment of a soul that has been torn from its body. It seeks the stone to regain its power." "Voldemort," Harry breathed, the name coming to him instinctively. "He's behind this." "Indeed." The Baron's voice was grim. "The Dark Lord has returned, in spirit if not in body. And he will stop at nothing to regain the power he lost." Harry felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't flinch. He had known that Voldemort was a threat, but he hadn't expected the Dark Wizard to act so soon. "Then I need to stop him," Harry said, his voice firm. "I need to find the stone before he does." The next day, Harry began his investigation in earnest. He spent his evenings exploring the third-floor corridor, mapping out the defenses and looking for weaknesses. The enchantments were clever, designed to catch unwary intruders off guard. But Harry was not unwary. He could feel the ancient magic that pulsed through the castle, the power that recognized him and responded to his presence. The shadows in the corridor were his allies, whispering secrets that the professors had never intended to reveal. "There's a trapdoor," the shadows whispered. "Hidden beneath a stone. It leads to the chambers where the stone is kept." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "Thank you," he said. "I'll take it from here." The trapdoor was located at the end of the third-floor corridor, hidden beneath a stone that was indistinguishable from the rest of the floor. Harry knelt down, his fingers tracing the edges of the stone until he found the catch. "You're going to open it?" the bloody Baron asked, appearing at his side. "I'm going to find out what's down there," Harry replied. "I'm going to understand what we're dealing with." He lifted the stone, revealing a dark hole that seemed to descend into nothingness. The air that rose from it was cold and ancient, carrying the scent of magic that had been sleeping for centuries. "I'm going in," Harry said. "Wait for me here." "Be careful, Harry," the Baron warned. "The darkness below is not the same as the darkness you command. It is older, more primal. It may not recognize you as its master. I'll take my chances." The fall was longer than Harry had expected, the darkness wrapping around him like a cocoon. When he finally landed, he was in a chamber that was unlike anything he had ever seen, a room filled with shadows and glowing plants, their light casting dancing patterns across the walls. "A devil's snare," Harry murmured, recognizing the plants from his studies. "It thrives in the darkness." He raised his hand, and the shadows responded instantly, reaching out to touch the plants. They writhed, then stilled, recognizing the power that commanded them. "I am the master of shadows," Harry said, his voice echoing in the silence. "You will not harm me." The plants seemed to bow, their tendrils retreating into the darkness. The next chamber was filled with keys, their wings fluttering as they flew through the air. Harry watched them for a moment, his eyes tracking their movements. "Puzzles," he murmured. "Enchantments designed to test the mind." He moved through the chamber, his hand raised to command the shadows. The keys parted before him, their flight paths shifting to avoid his presence. "I'm not here to play games," Harry said, his voice carrying a note of impatience. "I'm here to find the truth." The keys seemed to understand, their flight becoming more erratic as they tried to escape his presence. But Harry was faster, his hand reaching out to grab one of them before it could flee. "Let me through," he commanded. "I have business in the chambers beyond." The door at the end of the room swung open, revealing a passage that led deeper into the castle. The next chambers were filled with challenges, each one designed to test a different skill. Harry faced them all with the same calm confidence, his power flowing through him like water. The shadows responded to his every command, protecting him, guiding him, leading him toward his goal. The final chamber was different. It was a room filled with a strange, flickering light, and in the center of it stood a mirror. The mirror of Eriste, Harry realized, recognizing it from the descriptions he had read. "Show me the stone," he commanded, his voice firm. The mirror shimmered, and then it showed him a vision, the philosopher's stone, glowing in the darkness, its power pulsing through the mirror like a heartbeat. Harry could feel its presence, the ancient magic that had been sealed within its depths. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Absolutely beautiful." "You desire the stone," a voice said from behind him, and Harry turned to see Professor Quirrell standing in the doorway, his expression twisted with a mixture of fear and desire. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, his voice carefully neutral. "I wasn't expecting to see you here." "I've been waiting for you, Harry," Quirrell replied. "I knew you would come eventually. The stone calls to those who are worthy." "Worthy? I thought you were interested in the stone for your own purposes." Quirrell's expression flickered, and for a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of something else in his eyes, a darkness that was deeper than anything he had ever seen. "Everything I do is for the greater good," Quirrell said, his voice carrying a note of madness. The stone will help me achieve my goals. It will help me restore balance to the magical world. Balance? Harry's smile was thin. You mean power. You want the stone for the power it can give you. Quirrell laughed, a sound that was both desperate and triumphant. Yes, Harry. I want the power. I want everything that the stone can offer me. And you're going to help me get it. The fight that followed was brief but intense. Quirrell's magic was powerful, driven by the presence of the dark spirit that clung to him, but Harry was faster, stronger, more connected to the ancient power that flowed through the castle. You cannot defeat me. Quirrell screamed, his magic lashing out in waves of darkness. I am the servant of the Dark Lord. I am invincible. Harry raised his hand, and the shadows responded instantly, wrapping around Quirrell and holding him in place. You're not invincible, Professor, Harry said, his voice calm. You're just a man who's been consumed by his own ambition. He approached the mirror, his hand reaching out to touch the glass. The stone glowed, pulsing with a warmth that seemed to match his own heartbeat. I will not let you take the stone. Quirrell screamed, struggling against the shadows. It belongs to my master. Your master is a shadow, Harry replied. A shadow of what he once was. And shadows cannot command me. He reached into the mirror, his fingers closing around the stone. The power surged into him, overwhelming, intoxicating, but Harry didn't flinch. He had been trained for this moment his entire life. This is what I was born for, he said, his voice echoing in the silence. This is my destiny. Quirrell stared at him, his expression a mask of horror. You're not human. You're something else. I'm what I was always meant to be, Harry replied. I'm the child of endless night. He raised his hand, and the shadows surged forward, covering Quirrell in a darkness that was absolute and consuming. The professor screamed, his body convulsing as the darkness claimed him. When the shadows retreated, Quirrell was gone. Nothing remained but a pile of ashes. The philosopher's stone pulsed in Harry's hand, its power flowing through him like a river of light. He could feel the ancient magic responding to his presence, recognizing him as its master. I have the stone, he said, his voice echoing in the silence. The power is mine. He turned to leave, but the mirror caught his eye. In its surface, he saw himself, not as he was, but as he could become. A figure of shadow and power, surrounded by darkness that bowed to his will. This is who I am, Harry said, his voice carrying a note of certainty. This is who I was always meant to be. The return to the surface was uneventful, the shadows parting before him like obedient servants. When Harry finally emerged into the third-floor corridor, he found the bloody Baron waiting for him. You have it, the Baron said, his voice carrying a note of awe. You have the stone. Yes, Harry confirmed. I have it. What are you going to do with it? Harry paused, considering the question. The stone was powerful, more powerful than anything he had ever encountered. But it was also dangerous, a temptation that could corrupt even the strongest will. I'm going to use it, he said finally. But not the way they expect. I'm not going to use it for greed or ambition. I'm going to use it to reshape the world. The Baron studied him for a long moment, his transparent eyes gleaming. You are remarkable, Harry. Truly remarkable. I'm just what I was raised to be, Harry replied. And I'm going to make my family proud. The news of Quirrell's disappearance and Harry's role in the event spread quickly through the school. The professors were silent, their expressions carrying a mixture of relief and unease. The students whispered, their voices filled with a blend of fear and fascination. Harry Addams had done the impossible. He had defeated the dark presence in the castle and claimed the philosopher's stone for himself. He's a hero, some said. He's a menace, others replied. But Harry didn't care what they thought. He had accomplished his goal, and he was ready for whatever came next. Congratulations, Harry, Daphne said, her voice carrying a note of admiration. "You've done what no one else could." "It was nothing," Harry replied. "Just another challenge." "Another challenge?" Theodore's voice was filled with disbelief. "You defeated a dark wizard. You claimed the Philosopher's Stone." "I know," Harry said, his voice calm. "But there will be other challenges. Greater challenges. I need to be ready for them." His friends fell silent, their expressions shifting to something that might have been concern. "Whatever comes next," Daphne said finally, "we're with you. Always." Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. "I know," he said. "That's why I'm not afraid." The summer before his second year was a time of reflection and preparation. Harry spent his days in the Addams mansion, studying the ancient texts and practicing his magic. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden in a secure location, its power contained but not forgotten. "You've done well, Harry," Morticia said one evening, her voice carrying a note of pride. "You've taken the first steps on your path. What comes next?" Harry asked, his voice eager. "What happens now?" "Now, you continue to grow," Morticia replied. "You continue to learn, to train, to prepare. The world is changing, Harry, and you're going to be at the center of it." Harry nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. His family had prepared him for this moment his entire life. He had the power, the knowledge, and the allies he needed to succeed. "I'm ready," he said, his voice firm. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." The journey back to Hogwarts was filled with anticipation. Harry had changed since his first year, his power grown, his confidence strengthened. He was no longer just a student, he was a force to be reckoned with, a presence that commanded attention and respect. The train pulled into the station, and Harry stepped off, his eyes scanning the platform. The castle loomed in the distance, its towers piercing the sky like the fingers of ancient gods. "I'm back," he murmured, his voice carrying a note of triumph. "And I'm ready for anything." The shadows around him seemed to pulse, responding to his command. The year ahead would bring new challenges, new enemies, new secrets to uncover. But Harry Addams was ready. He had the power, the knowledge, and the allies he needed to succeed. And he would not stop until he had reshaped the world in his image. End of Chapter 9. #Heir of Endless Night. #Chapter 10. The summer after Harry's first year at Hogwarts was a time of revelation and transformation. The Addams mansion, already a place of shadow and mystery, had become something more, a sanctuary of ancient power where Harry could explore the depths of his heritage without the watchful eyes of professors or the whispered fears of fellow students. It was during this summer that Harry discovered the truth about his family's connection to the ancient bloodlines. The archives beneath the mansion were vast, stretching farther than Harry had ever imagined. They contained records that predated the Ministry of Magic, documents written in languages that had been dead for millennia, and prophecies that had shaped the course of magical history. Harry spent hours exploring these chambers, his fingers tracing the ancient symbols that covered the walls. "I found something," he told Wednesday one afternoon, his voice filled with excitement. "Something important." "What is it?" Wednesday asked, her expression curious. "The Addams family bloodline," Harry replied. "It's connected to the ancient magical people. The ones who built the chambers beneath Hogwarts. The ones who first commanded the shadows." Wednesday studied him for a long moment, her dark eyes gleaming. "I've always suspected there was something more to our family's power. We're not like other magical families." "No," Harry agreed. "We're not." He led her to a chamber that he had discovered the previous week, a room filled with portraits of ancestors who seemed to watch them with knowing eyes. At the center of the room was a pedestal, and on that pedestal lay a book. "The Chronicle of Endless Night," Harry said, his voice soft. "It records the history of the original magical people and their connection to the Addams family." Wednesday moved to the pedestal, her fingers tracing the book's cover. What does it say? It says that the Addams family was chosen to carry the ancient magic, Harry replied. That we were the guardians of the darkness, the ones who would preserve its power for future generations. And you're the one who's meant to use it. Harry nodded slowly. Yes. I'm the heir of endless night. The one who will unite the ancient bloodlines and reshape the world. The knowledge of his true heritage changed Harry in ways that he hadn't expected. The power that had always flowed through him felt different now, more connected, more purposeful. The shadows responded to his commands with a clarity that bordered on reverence, and the ancient spirits who had guided him seemed more present than ever. You have unlocked the truth, the bloody Baron told him, appearing in his room one evening. You know who you are and what you were meant to become. Yes, Harry agreed. And now I need to prepare for what's coming. What is coming, Harry? The world is changing, Harry replied. The ancient bloodlines are stirring. The darkness is rising. And I'm going to be at the center of it all. The Baron studied him for a long moment, his spectral form flickering in the candlelight. You have grown, Harry. You are no longer the child who arrived at Hogwarts with uncertainty in his heart. I'm not uncertain anymore, Harry said, his voice firm. I know exactly what I am and what I need to do. And what is that? I need to unite the ancient bloodlines, Harry replied. I need to bring together the families who carry the old magic and build something new. Something that will change the magical world forever. The process of uniting. The ancient bloodlines began with the Greengrass family. Daphne had been a loyal ally throughout his first year, and her father was eager to meet the boy who had claimed the Philosopher's Stone and defeated the remnants of the Dark Lord. I've heard a great deal about you, Harry Addams, Lord Greengrass said, his voice carrying a note of respect. My daughter speaks highly of you. Your daughter is a valuable ally, Harry replied. She's been instrumental in my work at Hogwarts. Work? Lord Greengrass's expression shifted to something more alert. What kind of work? The work of uniting the ancient bloodlines, Harry said. The work of restoring the old magic to its rightful place in the world. Lord Greengrass studied him for a long moment, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of interest and caution. You speak of ancient magic, Harry. That's a dangerous subject. I'm not afraid of danger, Harry replied. I was raised to embrace it. So I've heard. Lord Greengrass paused, his expression flickering. Very well, Harry. I'll hear what you have to say. But I warn you, I'll be watching to see if you're worthy of my family's allegiance. The meeting with Lord Greengrass was the first of many. Over the course of the summer, Harry traveled to the estates of the ancient families, presenting his vision for the future and seeking their support. Some were skeptical, their caution born of centuries of secrecy and self-preservation. Others were eager, their desperation for change overcoming their natural wariness. You're building something remarkable, Theodore observed one evening, as they sat in the library of the Knott estate. A new world, shaped by the old magic. That's exactly what I'm doing, Harry agreed. The Ministry has failed the magical world. Their rules and restrictions have stifled our growth, limited our potential. It's time for a change. A change led by you. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. Yes. By me and by everyone who believes. In what I'm building. Theodore nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. My father is impressed with you, Harry. He's never been impressed by anyone before. I'm honored, Harry said, his voice sincere. Your family's support means a great deal to me. The news of Harry's activities spread quickly through the magical world. The ancient families, who had been content to remain in the shadows for centuries, began to stir. They saw in Harry a new hope, a new leader who could unite them and restore their power. But not everyone was pleased. Harry Addams, a voice said, and Harry turned to find a figure standing in the shadows of the library. I've been watching you. Who are you? Harry asked, his voice careful. I'm someone who knows what you're doing, the figure replied. Someone who's been waiting for a moment like this. And what do you want? I want to offer my allegiance, the figure said, stepping into the light. It was a man, tall and thin, with eyes that gleamed with an inner fire. I've heard about your vision for the world, Harry. And I believe you're the one who can make it happen. Harry studied the man for a long moment, his instincts telling him that this was a genuine offer. What's your name? Marcus, the man replied. Marcus Flint. I'm the head of the Flint family, one of the oldest bloodlines in Britain. I'm honored to meet you, Marcus, Harry said, his voice sincere. And I accept your allegiance. The summer continued, and Harry's influence grew. The ancient families pledged their support, their leaders recognizing in him the leader they had been waiting for. The shadows that followed him seemed to deepen, their presence a constant reminder of the power he commanded. You're becoming a force to be reckoned with, Wednesday observed one evening, her voice carrying a note of approval. The ancient families are rallying around you. They recognize what I'm building, Harry replied. They see the potential for a new world. And Dumbledore? What does he see? Harry paused, his expression flickering. Dumbledore sees a threat. He sees someone who isn't willing to play by his rules. Then you need to be careful, Wednesday warned. He's not someone to be taken lightly. I'm never careless, Wednesday. You know that. Of course. Wednesday moved closer, her dark eyes meeting his. But I worry about you, Harry. You're changing, becoming something that even I don't fully understand. I'm becoming what I was meant to be, Harry replied. That's all. The summer came to an end, and Harry returned to Hogwarts with a sense of purpose that had been absent during his first year. He had allies now, powerful allies who believed in his vision and were willing to support him. The ancient bloodlines were beginning to unite, and he was at the center of it all. You've grown, Harry, Daphne observed, her voice carrying a note of admiration. You're not the same person who arrived at Hogwarts 2 years ago. I'm not, Harry agreed. I've become something more. What happens now? Now we continue to build, Harry replied. We continue to recruit allies, to uncover secrets, to prepare for the challenges ahead. And the stone? Theodore asked. What are you going to do with it? Harry paused, his expression thoughtful. The stone is a tool, nothing more. I'll use it when the time is right. But for now, it's safer where it is. The months that followed were a time of consolidation and preparation. Harry continued to explore the ancient chambers beneath the castle, uncovering secrets that had been hidden for centuries. The ancient spirits guided him, their knowledge flowing into him like water into a vessel. This is incredible, Harry breathed, his eyes scanning the runes on the walls of a newly discovered chamber. The ancient magical people were more advanced than I ever imagined. They were the masters of the old magic, the bloody Baron confirmed. They understood the darkness in ways that modern wizards can't comprehend. And I'm going to learn everything they knew, Harry said. Every secret, every ritual, every piece of knowledge that's been lost to time. The Baron studied him for a long moment, his transparent eyes gleaming. You truly are the heir of endless night, Harry. I've never seen anyone so determined to claim their heritage. It's not just my heritage, Harry replied. It's my destiny. And I won't stop until I've fulfilled it. The political influence that had been building around Harry began to manifest in tangible ways. Letters arrived from the ancient families, offering their support and seeking his guidance. Representatives from the ministry approached him, their expressions carrying a mixture of fear and respect. Harry Addams, a ministry official said, his voice carrying a note of deference. I've been asked to request a meeting with you. The minister is interested in your views. Interested? Harry's smile was thin. Or concerned? Both, I think, the official admitted. Your influence has been growing, and the ministry wants to understand your intentions. My intentions are simple, Harry replied. I want to reshape the magical world. I want to restore the old magic to its rightful place. And I want to build a future that's worthy of our heritage. The official nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. I'll convey your message to the minister. Please do, Harry said. And tell him that I'm always open to dialogue. But I won't be swayed from my path. The political maneuvering continued throughout the school year, with Harry's influence growing stronger with each passing month. The ancient families pledged their support, their leaders recognizing in Harry the leader they had been waiting for. The ministry watched with growing concern, their fear of the boy who commanded shadows deepening with each new development. You're becoming more than just a student, Harry, Dumbledore observed one evening, summoning him to his office. You're becoming a leader. That's always been my intention, Harry replied. I was raised to lead. And what kind of leader do you intend to be? Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes piercing. What kind of world do you want to build? A world where power is respected, Harry said. Where the ancient magic is honored, not hidden. Where the families who carry the old bloodlines can thrive without fear of persecution. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. And what about those who don't carry the old bloodlines? What about the Muggle-born wizards who have just as much right to magic as anyone else? They have a place in my world, Harry said. But they need to understand that there are greater powers at work. Powers that have been around longer than their families have been magical. That's a dangerous philosophy, Dumbledore warned. One that could lead to division and conflict. I'm not interested in division, Harry replied. I'm interested in understanding. In bringing together the different traditions and building something new. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his expression troubled. Very well, Harry. I'll continue to watch your progress with interest. The school year ended, and Harry returned to the Addams mansion with a sense of accomplishment. He had built alliances, uncovered secrets, and solidified his position as a leader of the ancient bloodlines. The future that he had envisioned was beginning to take shape, and he was ready to embrace it. You've done well, Harry, Morticia said, her voice carrying a note of pride. You've taken the first steps toward fulfilling your destiny. Those steps are just the beginning, Harry replied. There's still so much to do. We know, Gomez said, his expression filled with affection. And we'll be with you every step of the way. Harry smiled, a small, confident expression. Thank you, he said. I wouldn't be where I am without you. You would have found your way, Morticia said. You were always destined for greatness. The summer before his third year was a time of reflection and preparation. Harry continued to explore the depths of the Addams mansion, discovering new chambers and uncovering new secrets. The ancient spirits guided him, their knowledge flowing into him like water into a vessel. There's so much I still don't know, Harry said one evening, his voice carrying a note of frustration. So much I haven't learned. The knowledge will come in time, the bloody Baron assured him. You cannot rush the process. The ancient magic must be absorbed gradually, integrated into your being. But the world is changing, Harry argued. I need to be ready for what's coming. And you will be, the Baron replied. You are the heir of endless night, Harry. You were born to carry the ancient magic. Trust in that. Harry nodded slowly, the Baron's words settling over him like a comforting blanket. He was ready for whatever came next, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. I'm ready, he said, his voice firm. I'm ready for anything. The train ride back to Hogwarts was filled with anticipation. Harry had changed since his first year, his power grown, his confidence strengthened. He was no longer just a student, he was a leader, a symbol of hope for those who believed in the old magic. Harry, Daphne said, her voice carrying a note of excitement. The ancient families are rallying. They're talking about you, about what you're building. I know, Harry replied. It's exactly what I hoped would happen. What happens now? Theodore asked. What's your next move? Harry paused, his expression thoughtful. I'm going to continue what I've been doing. I'm going to build alliances, uncover secrets, and prepare for the challenges ahead. The world is changing, and I'm going to be at the center of it. His friends nodded, their expressions filled with confidence. They believed in him, just as the ancient families believed in him. And together, they would change the world. The castle loomed on the horizon, its towers piercing the sky like the fingers of ancient gods. Harry watched it approach, his heart filled with a sense of purpose that had been absent during his first year. I'm back, he murmured, his voice carrying a note of triumph. And I'm ready for anything. The shadows around him seemed to pulse, responding to his command. He had found his heritage, his destiny, his purpose. And he would not stop until he had fulfilled it. The air of endless night had risen. And the world would never be the same. End of chapter 10. Thank you.